Okay, there we go. All right, well, that's live, so we can hide that. Boom. We got a stream. Boom. Let's double check. These. Alright, then one more. Hey. At the last moment, went back to work after the quarantine. So yeah, no problem. That link didn't work for you? Okay, let's go to Gmail. That's okay. I don't much care if you like it or if it's completely done. None of that matters. As long as we have something to look at. Because at the end of the day, it's closed. It's weird. Why did my oh, I know why. I'm like, why is that not working? Alright. There we go. It's not showing me how many people are in the thing. We'll give everyone a little bit of time. Give everyone a little bit of time. Hey. Just want to say that mornings still suck. I think I should make you all work at 3 a.m. with me as opposed to me waking up at like this early to get here. Just kidding. By no means have I rested enough. It's not even that what's funny is I'm probably getting more sleep now than I normally do. It's just really, you know, for the last, few years, I wake up at 9, 10, work till 3 or 4. So it's not like I'm getting a lot of sleep per se. It's just, waking up at 9 compared to waking up at 6:50, because I have to, take a shower and stuff and then get on the road, come up here, and then I like to have at least an hour before all this goes so I can sit down and kind of, get my head wrapped around things and kind of wake up. But it's rough. I will tell you that. It is not pleasant. But, it's also not the most horrifying thing in the world I do, so I won't complain too much. You're still going to get a little complaining. Just because it's morning. I view that as my right. If I wake up before 9:30, I have every right to complain. All right. So that is everyone so far. Once again, it's not giving me a count here. Let's see if there's the count, but I don't want to put refresh because I wipe out the chat room. All right, so we have 10 people here. It's 10 o'clock now. Let's give it another 10 minutes or so. How is everyone doing? Can you hear me okay? Can you see the screens? Is there anything other than my broken body that we need to deal with? Like I said, once I refreshed, I got rid of chat. Sorry. Okay, good. Oh, man. So yesterday I did our monthly grocery shopping. And I have to tell you, people freaked me out. Like, man, put on a mask, stop rubbing up on my back. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't know, man. Well, let's keep silver stagnant. That's the best news ever. Yeah, of course. Of course. I need to figure out what my lag is. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're just typing. Is that what's going on there? Hello. How are we doing? Yeah. Who knows? I don't have any clue. I imagine that it is a percentage of something. Here, let's see. Let's see if we can figure it out. While we're sitting here. Sorry. Sliders to subtool. And now if we go right here, let's go to 2. Close enough to 2. So we got to remember this. Stop it. Get up there. So we have a 3, 7.5 into sliders to subtool. And that is 6, 15, and 4. I would say that that is a percentile change. If we went 2, then it doubled, so 2 is 200%. So that is percentage change, I'm guessing. Yeah, yours is obviously a little small. It's not 70 millimeters. So it looks like it's percentage change. The number here, if you grab this and slide it, see that number that's at the bottom? That is percentage change. So it's completely relative to the part, right? So every time you move, if you move it a little, you let go and you move it a little, it's whatever that last scale is, obviously. So percentage change. It's nice that they're kind of starting to reconcile some of these sliders to object and world scale, because in the deformation, some of these, as well as your base Dynamesh information, like if you go into here under Dynamesh and you have this resolution is completely well, it's not arbitrary in the sense that it's arbitrary. It's arbitrary in the sense of it has something to do with the percentage of the size within the size of the world. And so it has no relativity towards any kind of number, like, oh, I want it to be 1,000 face. That has absolutely nothing to do with anything when it comes to that. And that's why the new Dynamesh tools are so nice, the Dynamesh Master and stuff, because now you can slide it right here and get poly counts as opposed to guessing at some random. And I mean, once again, it's real math. There is something to that, but I have no damn clue what it is. No one ever really knew what it was, as far as I could tell. And in turn, why we have Dynamesh Master. Good guy. You're going to have to deal with me yawning. Sorry. No, you're supposed to, don't change the scale of your object. See this right here, this dynamic brush scale? Just make that bigger and your brush gets bigger. It's magic. Don't change your, because the Q, first of all, turn off all. We want this to be roughly 70, so let's go 70. Hit enter, resize subtool, frame. So if your brush is too small, right? That's how big my brush is on this. And it's really weird because it's not, once again, why the brush is small and why it isn't small sometimes weirds me out. I have no idea. And that's why I pulled the dynamic brush scale out. Now, I like if you don't have dynamic brush scale, you don't have this problem because the brush changes its size based on the screen. But I like to have dynamic brush scale on because then if I zoom in and out, my brush doesn't change sizes, right? So I have dynamic brush scale on. And what that means and why I have this out here is that for some reason, I do not, like I said, don't know the answer. Sometimes I could be working on something that's 70 millimeter and my brush is big. Sometimes it's small. I don't know. It's inconsistent. So instead of me trying to actually figure out that answer, I just drag the dynamic brush scale out here. So max brush 5,000, that allows it to be the biggest it can be at the highest end of your right brush size, right? So you can go 1 to 5,000. So like on this model, this brush is small. Well, I usually keep things between 1 or 0.02 and 1. So if we type in 1, push enter, you can see our brush is now bigger. So dynamic brush scale sets the scale from 0 to 5,000. You're setting the size of the 5,000, right? I like to keep mine small because for the most part, we work on small objects. So yeah, be careful about Unify because Unify can change the scale of your object. Unify can get weird sometimes. But yeah. Yeah, you know what? I can never remember what the keystroke is. There's a keystroke that basically takes a picture. It's like a little internal screenshot. So if you wanted to look at the view here, you'd hit Control D or whatever it is, and then you come here and rotate it. And you could take Control whatever, come here and hit Control whatever. And basically it's an internal sort of like screenshot, but it stays in your palette. Is it Shift S? Yeah, it's Shift S. So this is so you can line different views up and kind of have them out there. But, you know, if you're trying to do something else and you tap one of these buttons, this happens often, you know. So all you do is Control N. Thank you for the Shift S. I don't use it that much, so I don't remember what it is. Yeah, Control N makes it go away. So Shift S. Right, this is so you can do like a quick little presentation thing, you know, where if you want to look at both sides at one time, you can hit Shift S and, you know, get a image that you like. And then it's really more about just being able to store, you know, they're just like a quick screen cap, except it stays on the screen, right? So then all you do, Control N, and it goes away. All of my questions in Artist Awake all clicked by just using the program, just by making the lit understood a lot of the geometry. I'm not exactly sure what you mean there, Kirk. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, I do, you know, I understand it's cool, you know, ask questions whenever you want. But I think that 99% of the questions you've been asking are literally just whenever you have a problem, don't ask the question, just futz with it until you see what it does. You can always undo. You know, you're never going to get it right the first time, so don't be afraid to have a screwed up geometry for a little bit. Because I mean, you know, a lot of the stuff, you know, you're like, oh well, this isn't in setting, right? Well, if you just pause for half a second and think about that question, okay, if the button I'm pushing isn't working, it's not in setting, then maybe I open that menu and I look for the word inset. You know what I mean? And I'm not being a smartass to you or anything. I'm just saying that you have to dig, okay? Because if every time you pause in ZBrush looking for a question, you will never get anything done. Momentum's a very big deal in ZBrush, in the sense of there are 1,000 ways to solve every problem you run into. 1,000 of them. And I'm not joking. There are thousands of workflows in this program. And all right, cool. And I think that we get into this thing where we're feeling overwhelmed, and then you'll stop and jerk around on something for a while. And I'm not just talking about you. We all do this. Don't act like this is a thing towards you or anyone. But the thing that's really important is that you keep moving, that you keep going, that you keep making it, that you keep futzing with it. Because, end of the day, if you pause for everything, you have to stop and do a quick analysis of what's happening, right? And if you've seen an example of something and it's not working the exact same way, your first thing can't be like, oh, well, let's ask why. You really need to sit down and kind of wrap your head around, okay, what is it not doing, right? What's happening? What's not going through? Okay, it's not and I'm just using yours because you posted it on the thing. Right? Okay, so when I'm doing my block up, my thing below, they're not traveling together. Okay, so what does infinite XYZ do? It grabs the point that I'm touching and the point all the way through, right? The point's aligned with it all the way through. Okay, well, if they're not moving together, then either I probably don't have infinite XYZ on, or they're not lining up. So why aren't they lining up? Well, if I pulled all these things out straight, they should line up. So either I'm not pulling things out straight, or in my screen, they're not lining up. Well, how could they not line up? Well, I'm not snapped to the scene is probably the answer to that question. So you need to kind of start to get into the system where you're analyzing what's going on, what's wrong, and kind of think about it for a few minutes. And I'm pushing this. It's not happening. Okay, I'm trying to get this to inset. And every time I hit QMesh, it's just pulling up. Okay, well, if I'm pulling up QMesh, maybe QMesh isn't the right tool. Maybe it's something else, right? And so to be successful here, you're going to need to kind of pause, analyze the problem, and then figure a way out. I understand that you've only had one class. You don't have the answers. I'm not saying don't ask questions or that you were wrong to ask those questions. It's just those were the ones that came up, so that's what we're talking about at the moment. So, don't be scared to dig. Don't be scared to make mistakes, but also kind of pay attention to the spectrum of the tools I'm presenting you, because you don't want to go in to ZModeler and start playing with every single one of the things. You don't want to start going in and playing with bridges versus bridges without holes, or two edge bridges or hole bridges, because you know what? You're not going to learn the basic block up, right? So two different things. Don't get ahead of yourself, because if you get ahead of where we are in the class, you're going to develop problems that take more advanced answers to resolve, and you're not going to learn the basic stuff. Because how I'm teaching you to do this is what I do with every model for the most part. I mean, like I said, there are a handful of models that I will use an organic solution to or something like that. And when I say that, I mean start with clay, not Legos, right? Where I'll start with a mesh and start to tweak and twist it. But that mesh will always go back to a quad mesh. So I guess what I'm saying is you're not going to get a huge, broad spectrum of what all of these tools do. This is not a general, this is ZBrush course. This is how Tomas makes models for manufacturing. And so, and I'm not saying any of you have done this, I'm just reminding you, stick within the spectrum and the boundaries of sort of where I'm presenting stuff. And of course, if you know about ZBrush, feel free to go wherever you need to go. But if you don't know about ZBrush, and ZModeler can be insanely confusing, and you can start to produce absolute garbage geometry in half a heartbeat if you don't understand what you're doing, right? So a lot of this stuff, I'm bringing you into this process where I've spent, with ZModeler, what is it, 4 or 5 years, whatever it is that we've had it. My workings and me going through and fiddle-faddling with most of that stuff and finding that a lot of it's very, very specific usage, and it's not stuff that you really need for the most part, Like I said, if you're building hard surface modeling and you're doing everything in ZModeler, then yeah, you're going to use a lot more of those tools. But, kind of stick with me here and, just think about because we're only showing you a handful of tools, right? And they're very limited in their usage, right? QMesh pushes things in, pulls things out. Move Infinite XYZ moves things in a line, So if you're having issue with those, kind of try to figure out what it is, and then, just break it down and see what it is. Because if you get out of the loop too far, if you're new to this, right, you're swimming in very deep water with sharks and lampreys and electric eels that all will attack your geometry and make it absolutely worthless. All right, So you combine 2 Z-modeled primitives and remeshed them by decimating. So Brian, was that part of the that process that I told you how to use? Well, the only way that floor wasn't touching your object is if there was something else in the model. So if it had 2 subtools or there was something hidden out there, even just like a little particle of something left, that's the only way that your floor will not touch your object. Murder hornets are the best. I don't know why everyone's hating on the swallow killing wasp. That's the wasp I use for the hair combs. I love that thing. It is so awesome. Now, mind you, they will destroy our bee population if they ever got too big. But luckily, they're large. They don't breed in huge numbers, so they're not going to take over the world. They're not weaponized honeybees or anything like that. They're just big damn hornets. But yeah, we will gladly go over the floor. Well, of course they're invasive. They come in and they kill beehives. I mean, I didn't say they were friendly. I just said that they're not, They're not like going to take over the world or anything. Unless all of a sudden they got a lot worse. I mean, they've been in Japan for a long damn time. Oh, it's the honeybees. Okay, sorry. I'm like, hey, it's just a big wasp. I do think it's kind of funny that they decapitate bees and carry the heads around. Yeah. I don't know. It's a very Japanese wasp, if you ask me. It's a beautiful thing. If you've ever looked at one or seen one, they're actually amazing. What's really cool about them is they're big enough that you can actually see all the structures and the little dimply dinks in them and stuff. They're cool. I love them. Okay. So that's interesting, actually. Um, you know what? It's probably a setting now that I'm looking at that. I don't know. I don't. I think. I think there is a button or something that allow. I'm sorry. I'm looking at her screenshot. Um, yeah. You know what? I mean, I kind of like it better in the bounding box than everything touching. To be deadly honest. So it must be a setting somewhere. I wouldn't stress about it. I mean, it's six one way, half dozen the other to me. I mean, if you're working straight on, um, because now that you say that, I think that I do remember working with it when they weren't touching, and then it changed. And I don't know. I assumed that one of the things that I don't care about, I don't bother looking at why they change. So, like, if that image is touching my flower, or if it's at the back of the bounding box, makes absolutely no difference in how I work. So it's not something I think about, if that makes any sense. Well, you mean as you rotate? I mean, because when you're in block up, you're not really rotating around. You should be doing that straight on, so it doesn't really matter where that thing is. When you say you're looking at it from the side. Um, well, let's see if it does it here. Nope, see, that's touching my model. Okay. In here there may be a setting that I just don't know. No, see, snap. That's it. See, your bounding box. So this bounding box is set up to be that size. I just have that snap button on. So if we set this to be our proper grid, right? So I want it to be, I made this 70, so I want this to be 70. So we go 35, enter, 35, enter. So now frame, right? Now it's sitting in the middle of a 70 millimeter box. And who turned perspective on? Yuck. Do not use perspective. So it's this button in here. It's snap. Right? What's front do? Who knows? So it's just that button. Yeah. Now when it's right on it or off, I mean, once you're off grid, then, or once you're rotating off, I don't know that it's a big deal. But if that's what you needed, sure. I mean, it's not, I use my reference images for that base block up, and then, like, if you're doing a car or a tank or something like that, to get proper bolt settings, where the bolts lie and things like that. But yeah, I don't. As you can see, if I looked at it for half a second, it changed on me, and honestly, I like this better, so I never really bothered even paying attention to if it was their change or if it was me. So if you like the full bounding box, turn snap off, and now you have it sitting in its bounding box, or it is snapping to the contact points. There you go. Ta-da! Okay, so since you're here, I guess you're going first. How's that? My sound is off center? All right. So here we go. Let's look at what we got here. Turn floor off because I don't care. And let's lower our res. Nice solid clean block up. 148 polys. I think that's right where I wound up, or real close. You know, you have good distribution. Yeah, black up looks great. Okay. So now let's go up here and look at our model. The weight on this is really nice. You know, you can see the support structure in here. A little lumpy, but that's okay. You have the internal structure right. You know, this is coming in and it's spiraling. So that's nice. Everything looks like it's in place and good. I might knock these down just a little, so this is just a little sleeker going in, if that makes sense. Then it is whatever the hell it is there. But no, honestly, it looks good, you know. And these are just little finishing things, obviously. You probably want those edges to be a little cleaner. This is going back up and under. Your surface changes direction nicely. See, guys, this week, since they got everyone's crits last week, this class has a big advantage over last week's. Let's say you probably have a little dent here, right? Because that's that change of direction in the tip. But that's just persnickety crap. Your pistol's really thick, but once again, those are just like little finishing touchy things. I think at the end of the day, you got your spiral happening. You know, this intersection is good. The only thing I'd say is that once again, you cut this in and it changes the direction of how that penetrates that surface. So you did the one thing, you drew that line in, and you can really get away with it by literally just taking the surface and sliding it in as opposed to cutting that line in. And then come here. And then this is just created with this edge as opposed to the other way around. Right, so you don't have to take and cut that edge in. Just create an edge for it to go under. Right. So now you can see that that's going back under that way as opposed to that. Right, because when you do that, you're separating this surface from going under. So that's the only place you really drew that line in. And see, even if you're going in the right direction, you may... See, like drawing the line here isn't a big deal because that's actually kind of what's happening. You are separating those surfaces, right? But when you do it, you have to make sure that you're drawing in the right direction and it's doing what it needs to be doing, right? Because if we draw it facing this way and kind of cutting back, as long as that is this surface, then you're fine, right? It doesn't look like you're cutting into that surface. That's even a little dramatic, honestly. And It's just easier to create an edge and let it go under and find its place, if that makes sense. Right? No. Don't worry about it. I mean, remember that the crits are not just for you, they're for the whole class. So you may understand what you did, but I want everyone to see what's going on. So they're not really direct comments on your work per se. It's like, oh, if you had done this right, it would be this. These are just issues that will continue to come up because I will harp on them forever. All right. Just a simple readjustment makes that look like it's going back up and under. No, I have art pen, and I use the plastic ones. The felt ones are great, but they fall apart. So, like for illustration, a lot of people don't have to have real good pressure differences, right? But to sculpt well, you really do need to actually press on your screen sometimes, and that just mangles the felt tips. I like the felt tip. I like the feel of the felt tip. It just is not quite robust enough to hold up to my heavy hand. All right. So good on you. Looks great. Have any questions? I have this is a 22 Pro, and then or 24, whatever it is. I have two 24s. I have an old one and the new one. No, you don't use it too strong. You're using it appropriately. It's just the felt tips collapse. They're not really designed for having a heavy hand. So, no, you're not. Looks wonderful. Good call. Your weight transitions are really nice. I mean, once again, there's a little lump there, but watch. It's no longer there, right? I mean, that's just, I could tell that some of this is just, your substructure's there, and some of this is just weird surface texture. So, you can see that you understand the substructure there. So I'm not going to just use the regular plastic tip because they hold up the best. I don't use the wedge. I don't know that there is a big difference between the wedge and the standard tip. Well, actually, the new art pen's standard tip kind of is a wedge, isn't it? Hold on, let me look. I don't know. I've changed the nib so many times on my stylus that I have no idea what was stock and what's not. Honestly, I don't really think the shape of the nib makes a big difference as far as the actual sculpting. It might change how it sits on the surface a wee bit, but to be deadly honest, I just put the next nib in, so I wind up with weird nib shapes sometimes. It's funny when you're new to this, all the little finesseful things like make a difference, but when you're sitting in a chair 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, scrubbing on your Cintiq, those things become very unimportant. You're just like, all right, what's next? And you're going on the floor and you're digging through the little nibs that you left over, and then one's from an old pen, and it kind of keeps falling out of your stylus, but you can't find new ones, so you order them, and then you find a whole package of old ones. Yeah, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I just use black plastic ones because I press hard. All right, so that's lovely. Do you have any questions? Otherwise, we're just going to keep a moving. All right, who wants to go next? Hold on. I'm going to be a little smarter this week, hopefully. Print screen. I'm going to print this. I'm going to take a picture of it. We're there, and I'm going to take this little red square, and I'm going to drag it on top of you. Ta-da! We've done that one. And remember, once we get through all this, there's always Q&A and all of that nonsense. So, but don't hesitate to ask questions if you have them. Who wants to go next? Okay. Here you are. Boop. So I think, all right, let's go look at your subdivisions here. All right. Once again, look at that, 148. It's incredible how it winds up all, if you're using so many squares, you're just like, okay, it's going to wind up, it's this many. It's broken up to nice even squares. It's going to be pretty darn close to each other. So it looks like what you've done here. Your block up's fine. Now let's go to our higher res. And it kind of looks like what you've done is, higher. Is you've looked at the side image and then not really thought about what it looks like up here. Because from the top here, this is a slightly wonky shape, right? And this is where the images are nice, but you need to wrap your head kind of around what it is, right? And so basically this is a cone, right? So let's go to the back and let's kind of make it a cone. All right, so, let's actually lower this so we don't have to chug around. Right, so we let's get back to our cone shape a little more. And now we got to analyze what's going on up here. Okay, so if this is, and this can roll in that direction. It can roll in both directions. So you sort of have this splayed open in both directions, right? But what's supporting this is still a cone, right? So this base shape basically needs to retain that cone shape, right? Let's relax this a little. Let's kind of get everyone kind of back into form. Okay, so we have our cone, we have our corn, and that's supporting these splays, right? So this splayed out pretty far. Well, the only thing that's going to hold it out that far is if it has an underlying structure, right? So this actually would have to be a fold, right? Otherwise, that's not going to support it out. So right? Because this is like a pant break, right? If it's a cone, like you see them, there's none of this, right? They're all very straight. And then you get ones where these kind of grow and it starts to splay out. Well, those splays are going to have to wind up, like I said, it's sort of I-beam and membrane structure, right? So if something's way out here, Well, what's supporting it? Well, the only thing that's going to support it is like a beam, right? Those beams are the C shapes. Whenever you have anything that's like this thin a membrane, it's got to have some kind of structure which allows it to splay out that far, right? And not saying it can't, right? As long as the structure makes sense. All right. And then let's go up higher res one more. And I'm going to use SK cloth because it has some gravity to it. I like how it pinches. You gotta remember, we're just now bringing this back and under the other direction, right? Because it would have to, back face masking is an important feature. And that would move, and then it breaks, right? Right? So this is splayed out here because that's where this membrane is breaking. And I hope everyone remembers kind of what I'm talking about breaks. I'm not talking about cracks. I'm talking about where the structural support of the membrane fails. Right? So you can get like splayed out where it's not close to being a cone, right? But you have to have, there has to be support for that to happen. And so it's your job to figure out where that support structure is and how it breaks. Does that make sense? And you have this going right for you, right? I mean, this is still coming in and it's spiraling, but that would be cut down more, obviously, and because that is that chunk, right? Boom, boom, boom. That's supporting this. It's breaking, and this curve is what is supporting that tip, right? So this U supports the tip, comes in, and this is kind of breaking over that, right? That support, this is coming here and breaking, and then this is being supported by this U. So this is this way, this is this way, and that is your transitional membrane there. So that's where you get that curve or that hump or that shape, right? And the other thing is just remember, even if this is a thick surface, right? Let's say you need a lot of flow into this. You want to cut this back in here and just make sure that you're telling the story that this is a thin membrane, right? So we want that to look thin. So from this direction, when we see it, we're actually seeing just this outside edge as opposed to this, right? That reads like a big thick lump. That reads as a nice thin edge. And it's really not that thin of an edge, right? You're just giving it that little reflective lip so it appears to be thin. So whenever we have things that are ooh, that's not smooth. So whenever we have things that are supposed to be thin, we definitely want to tell that story of it being thin. So, you just want to make, Smooth, strong. I'm like, why is my smooth not working? Right. And you can see that probably needs to come. Clay buildup. Who put us on clay buildup? Lower. Does that make sense? Yeah, don't be scared, right? I mean, that's why we have all the subdivision levels, right? Because that allows us to change things pretty quick. You know, you drag this out, you're thinking, oh, this is looking good. I love it. It's great. And then you look at it from another angle and you're like, oh, well, poo. Well, what do? I lower my subdivision levels. I smooth this back up and in. And even if I wanted it out there, right, I can now come back here, do some big strokes to get, you know, that filled out. So that's still part of the cone. But, you know, you're thinking about what's happening, right? This is a support structure. That's a support structure. That's a support structure. And now those three areas are your little membranes, right? High res, high res, high res. Come up here. And the nice thing about working at the high res as opposed to low res is now I can come in here, do some of this stuff. And when I smooth this off, I'm not destroying my shape every time I'm doing it, right? And so now I'm going to make that a scoop. And you can come in and start futzing with it, right? So don't be scared, right? Don't be scared to yeah, no, exactly. I mean, you know, once you get to a high resolution, don't think you have to stay there. You know, we have the multiple subdivision levels so you can use them, right? I mean, because if you don't use them, it could be, you know, what's the point in having them? And that's where a lot of people are like, well, what's the point of having them, Tomas? Because they don't understand they're not using them, right? But don't be precious. Get in there and move stuff around. But when you do move stuff around, try to understand why you're doing it, right? Does that make sense? I mean, I think you were there. I think you were trying to work to the one view, or what it looks like to me is that you were working to this view. Right, let's go back. And you were trying to get those places to the different views, but you weren't really thinking about how or why it got there. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's, you know, once again, that's not, we all do it. We all get tied up in a view and we're trying to match it. And it becomes this quest, right? Because, you know, here, you're right. It looks great. And so you're kind of pulling and tapping and trying to get it. But then you step right here and it's like, oh, well, wait a minute. What happened? I didn't move any of this stuff to keep up with those transitions that I made, right? And so now it looks odd. So literally by just taking this and making this the shape that the lily is, right? If we just push that in, and let's just bring this in just a touch, you can see that my silhouette actually is much better. And let's just relax this stuff together a little. Right? Let's look at our side reference. It's pretty close. I mean, I've moved it around a little. But right, I mean, now that's, all I did was relax those 2 points that were way out, you know, these outliers, and then these can come and, you know, kind of become that little wiggly-do thing. And we didn't change that much. So all you had to do was come here, look at it and go, oh, what is my silhouette? And this silhouette is anywhere from here to, you know, some of these start to get splayed out. And so, you know, they do become a little bit more open. But if they are, this travels with it, right? And so just make sure that it makes sense. Well, once you get it sort of in shape, then you can bring it back in. And now these aren't just splayed out, you know, they're kind of where they need to be to make a logical silhouette. And then you can come back in with your image and, you know, tune this to be whatever that line is. So now you're tuning your image, but things are kind of in the right place, right? So when you look here, it's not out here. It's kind of where it needs to be. Does that make sense? Well, and so much of the surface tension, you know, even if this is wiggly and wonky and futzy, what's really nice about this is a lot of when I talk about surface tension, you'll hear me talk about, you know, the low poly bridges, right, where you don't have enough geometry to really support the form, so the low poly bridges everything together. Well, if you come down here, it's actually telling you surface tension stuff, right? Look, I've released that, and it gives it a little bit more logical position. So the smoothing actually, because this is a geometric form built from small little structural squares, often it works with you because it's going to relax into those surface bridges nicely, right? So don't get into the trap of overthinking everything, but do try to understand what's happening, right? If that makes any sense. And these are fine lines that take a long time to grasp. I'm not expecting you to be magic tomorrow, you know. But you can see how very quickly you can make it have good geometry. Right. Have any questions? Can you add geometry when smoothing in low subdivisions? Well, I mean, if you have, you know, just this base mesh and you've smoothed this out, and let's say you know that all of a sudden that you want like a curve here or a lip here, you can delete higher and, you know, add a lip. I mean, is that what you're talking about? And now when you divide, you know, you have a bit more of a structural form there. But no. Well, I mean, okay. Technically, you can. So, if this is what you're talking about, but you're ruining your quad mesh. So, if we go all the way back down to here, delete higher, and let's say you want quote unquote more geometry somewhere, you can use Sculptris Pro. Like I said, I tend to use Shift. And you can add geometry this way, right? But that's no longer a quad model. So, is this what you mean by add geometry when you're smoothing at a low resolution? Yeah, but no, don't do that. Yeah, no, there are places where it'll stretch, but the key is, let's say, right, you really want the spiral in here, and you are dividing it. And this is where, what in the hell? Oh, I have higher res, sorry. You got a pinch or something there, right? As long as you can come down here and just tap this out to where you're smoothing out that pinch. Let's drag this out so it doesn't disappear. Right? Like, let's say here, you could be getting a pinch there, right? Well, the beauty is, I want you to be working at high res. For the most part, when you come up here, you take this and you go like this, it's going to be there. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, like when I did that one demo and this got all squirrely because I wasn't paying a lot of attention when I did it. Sure, but sculpt your way out of your problems. Don't try to, if it's just little surface pinches and stuff, for the most part, if you are working at that higher subdivision level, you're just going to be able to sculpt over it. Don't get too wacky about your trust me, I assure you, I have you beat in the OCD department. I used to take pills because I was so damn crazy with my OCD and my loop reasoning. It was a nightmare. But luckily I found more natural solutions to that, so well, don't give up. Just see, if you're thinking too much about that block up, you're going to sit there and wiggle womp on your block up when you can just come up here and do that and all of it's gone, right? You have to, when you'll hear me say this a lot, sculpt your way out of your issues. Don't look for a tool to do it, right? Often you wind up with some funny geometry or something like that. Who cares? Just get up there, start sculpting. Because chances are you're going to need to remesh the model once, and then you'll just take care of it then. The key is knowing which issues are going to screw you when you're trying to develop, and then you try to get rid of those. But like, remember, I don't know if you all remember the first time I did this, there was this weird glitch right here because I'd pulled this out and then I just dragged it forward and then I deleted it wrong and it wound up with an intrinsic pinch right here. Go back and fix that because that's just going to make you nutso. But little things like this isn't sitting right. Well, honestly, when you go from 148 polys to, 5 million polys or whatever, you're going to have plenty of polygons to come in and fix that. Did you just upload that? I didn't see a zip file. Eric sent the zip. I don't think anyone else sent a zip. Oh, did you email it to me? Okay. You emailed it to me. All right. Yeah, we can download that. Then I think we got Diana's, didn't we? Didn't I already download that one? Yeah. Okay. So that's good. All right. So we're all good with this? Do you have any questions about where we are, what happened? If you have questions about inset and that kind of stuff, feel free to ask. Um, well, you tell me. How did I get that lip geometry? No. Remember what I said? What we did is we lowered our geometry. I just deleted higher. And we did exactly how, right here, we need a lip over here. Well, you know how you got the first one there. Just do it again. Right? But I don't want you doing this for the most part. I want you to keep this model as simple as possible because there is really no need for that lip geometry, right? I'm just saying, she was asking about, can you add geometry at a lower resolution? Of course you can, but you're deleting all your sculpting. You have to then reproject if you're going to change that base model. And you have sculpted. This has so little surface sculpting on it. I would never recommend adding geometry there because this isn't stretched out. We divide this up. No. Hold on. Let's lower res. We don't need 40 million. Delete higher. Right, there's no reason to add base geometry there because I can come in here and there is plenty of lip. Right, I mean I can add geometry to this and it's just starting to stretch out there. Why would I add 4 times as much geometry there when it's not needed? I mean, look, we can get that roll in there just by sculpting it. So when I say sculpt your way out of your problems, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Don't think that there's some, I got to go down to my base and fix it when you haven't even tried to sculpt it. I mean, there's just there's no reason to get your geometry all out of whack. And once again, if you put like a little lip right here, guess what? You're getting a lot more geometry right here than you are in the rest of the model because it's basically just like edge looping. You're adding too much geometry to where it's not needed. Well, that's where you start it with this model. If you're going to adjust that base model by adding or subtracting geometry, you're going to need to do that in ZModeler, right? Right? Good to know in case what? Give me an in case where you would need to do that. Because you can. No. Because you can is never the answer. Because chances are because you can winds up with garbage geometry. Okay, fair enough. I guess that is a legitimate answer. All right. I'm going to say that everyone Okay. Yeah. Okay, so any other questions on this one? Hmm. Boop. All right. Yeah. No problem at all. And once again, please, as we're going along, if there isn't, like if you have a question that isn't necessarily in the flow with the model or whatever, write it down right next to you. Write it down, because when we're done with this, we'll do Q&A. And, you know, it's so much easier if I answer the question here than in a half hour on Artist Awake or whatever, right? So please ask your questions now. If you have questions along the way and you feel that it doesn't tie into the crit at the moment, write it down and ask at these in-between moments. Of course, no problem at all. I will definitely still be here by 1. I assure you of that. It's 11:10 now. Yeah. Okay, who wants to go next? Who's next? This one right here. Boop. Yes, that's you. All right, my friend. Oh, looky here. Lobsters. And a good lobster to boot. Let's... All right, what do we got? You know, honestly, this is looking really nice. So you've sculpted on detail. Let's get rid of this ring real quick. Let's get up here. Right, you've sculpted all this detail on, but you've still thought of this as a two-dimensional object. And here, let's hide the ring. And what I mean by that is, if you look here, in some of these places, you have, right, these are supposed to be behind all that, but you didn't take it back there. You have tons of thickness here. So make sure that when you think of this, right, oops, let's change my focal shift. 28 million polys, that's a lot of polygons. You could probably have gotten away with less, but not a problem. I will never say someone has too many polygons. Well, no, I will say some people have too many polygons. Right? So remember that some of this stuff is behind others, right? So we're going to take these little guys, and this is what I mean by think in layers. And you did a real good job back here. But this stuff, right, these are behind that, and then these are in front of this, and then these can kind of travel back behind. Hold on, let's mask that off just so I'm not dragging that everywhere. Oops. I need my tip. should have been masked. Sorry. That got pulled and distorted, but I think you know where we're at here. All right. And then the other thing, right, like these are going behind one another nicely, but these are all flat. So let's get these back in line with the ones above them. Move. You can be more careful with your masking. Right, that one's in front of that one, so make sure these travel in front and behind of each other. I'm going to kind of wonk your detail here a second just so we get. Turn this up. When I move these, we look. Hold on, sorry. My complete lack of careful masking has left us a few of these mangly dent holes here. Okay. Whoa, what's going on there? Did I do that? I must have, I just don't know how. Oh, you use the technique I showed you the other day where you drag, to get those shelves, you mask from the front and drag down. That's why you're getting those deep holes. I was like, what did I do to this model? I'm sorry. I didn't do it, you did. But it's not bad. It's just I didn't know that's what was going on, and so I was doing stupid shit. All right. In front, behind, right? So we're retaining the same depth information. And I would do that here too. Just like make that one, make them travel in a direction where you have height differential stuff going on. Sorry, it's hard to smooth on this since you did that, the drag in process. Normally after I do that, I will union remesh or remesh by union, and that will get rid of all of this pull through information, right? Because I move that, and all that is where you dragged your stuff out. So, I mean, that's totally fine being there. I just didn't know it was there. So I, here, actually, I'll show you how to deal with that real quick. Let's actually go back to the beginning. Sorry. Yeah. The block up, okay, so we're back at the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, get rid of all that. So lower. That's his block up. Now you'll notice these big deep ditches. That's not in his block up, like this, like those dents. So I showed this class how to do an undercut solution by masking the front or grouping the front, masking the back, and dragging the front down. But what that does is it creates these weird deep spots, which is perfectly fine. But before you can really like smooth on it, that's 21, 28. Okay. So you can see how he did all his spikes, right? And then what he did was this technique I showed them, and it drags the spikes down and in. So what does that do? It gives us all of this, all this stuff in here. See all that weird hairy kind of geometry? Now that's because of the drag. And that's fine. It's okay that it's there. But what it does is it creates a mesh that's really hard to work on after you do this. That's why this is a sort of a later in the process thing. And so all I do is when I want to work on something like this is I will then come in. I'm going to lower this one res just so we don't, going to delete higher, just so we don't choke things out. Now, once again, we are going to destroy our subdivision levels right now. But it allows you to work on the model. So you come in here, go to W, and I kind of need to do this so I can show you what we're talking about without blowing this mesh to pieces. Come here, remesh by union. No, we have to delete. Lower. Remesh by union. Hold on. Undo. Duplicate. I keep telling you all to do this, and I always try to blow through the crits, and I don't do it, and then we run into the problems of what happens when you don't do it. Okay, so here we go. Delete higher, delete lower. Hide that. Remesh by union. Okay, so while this is thinking, I'm going to read. And we're thinking. Yeah, while you look. So everybody, you're not losing connection when I start to do some of these big processes. The process uses up enough of my CPU that it doesn't allow to stream. Exactly. The model's choking the stream. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. So I'm back, I'm assuming. Yep, I'm back. Okay, I'm going to say this again because I say it all the time. Remember, when the stream lags, it's because my CPU cannot think of the process that I've asked it to do and stream. So it chokes out a little bit. Okay. So whenever you see the stream, don't freak out. Don't reboot. Don't do any of that. Whenever I start a process and it chokes my machine out, that's why. Okay. So now I'm going to show you something. So we just basically Boolean union this together, right? And this is getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but Boolean union and Booleans, they create a shell. But ZBrush doesn't really understand that by creating a shell, it's sort of creating noise shells that are disconnected noise shells. So in other words, it leaves a lot of junk on the inside sometimes, especially when you do this pull down technique. And so if we try to check mesh, this should not show. See, this model is not single watertight mesh. Okay. A lot of the reason, or often the problem, is that there's noise on the inside of this. There's artifacts from the Boolean. Let's auto group this. All right, let's turn that little guy offline. So now we're in one group, right? Wow. So if I hold down, we have to get out of Gizmo, hit Q. If I hold down Control and Shift and tap the surface, I have selected this purple surface. Now, if you'll notice over here, split hidden came on. And that means that, so auto group, I made every little particle in here have its own polygroup, right? So now, by holding down Control Shift and selecting the main body, this is the part that I want. So I'm going to go split hidden for right now so y'all can see what kind of artifacts this left behind. Normally I just go delete hidden. Let's go right here and let's hide all of this. And oh look, see all this garbage? It's just this weird stuff that when it made a shell, it just basically cut this stuff off, right, to make the shell. But it doesn't delete it. Excuse me. It doesn't delete it. But it doesn't delete all of it. Often, it leaves these weird little artifacts. If you auto group, tap on your shell, and then I just do delete hidden. I don't need to see it every time, right? So I'm just going to hit delete. Okay, and you know that something came up because, see, the split hidden button will show up. So here we are. This is our shell. And let's see if, all right, close holes. Oh, it's thinking. So this had a lot of holes to close. All right. So now this is one object. We can go through the process of closing all the holes and stuff, but at this moment I don't care. So once again, we've kind of started to think about this as a two-dimensional object, not three. And so let's go back to this, right? And look at what's happening. So if you notice the tip of this, see, you're not thinking about this in layers. You are, but you're thinking about the edges in layers, not the object in layers. So first things first, let's come back here. And these, whoa, that is not a move tool. These steps don't have to be that melodramatic. These steps can be closer together. So the travel isn't hard. The thing that needs to be, right, this edge right here doesn't want to be in front of this edge up here, right? Because this is the shell, it travels down, it travels down, it travels down, it travels down. Oh, well, I wanted this to be on the upside of that frame. Okay, we'll set that up as its curve and then come back in, but you have see that has to come up, right? Because this whole plate is traveling under that, not just the lip. So you don't want to solve the solution by dragging these tips out. You want to make sure that your steps are actually kind of what's happening with that surface. Does that make sense? So let's go. Scheisse. I don't want to remesh this tool. I don't want to take that much time. I'm going to try to do it without, I'm going to try to cheat here a little and do this kind of cheating here. Right, you want to make sure that your surface actually is traveling in order, right? So don't and you notice I'm making this pretty big because I actually want to see the travel, if that makes sense. So we're going to come up here, no, lower res. Lower res. What happened? Did we delete your lower res somewhere? How did I somehow delete your lower res? Okay. Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. because I was supposed to go higher res. Never mind. Good God. All right. So make sure the silhouette is actually doing what it needs to be doing. And then let's kick these back. Let's get move topological so we're not moving everything around. We're going to pull that back. We're going to bring this up. Okay. All right, so you can kind of see that we're now, these are sort of traveling in the right direction. These over here are still, gosh. Go lower one more time. Right, you want these to actually travel where they need to be, right? I really need to smooth that, but this is going to blow up if I do. Yeah. Here, I'm going to do this with slide. And this is, yeah. All right. And so this also, right, this side's down here. Kind of get a little curve to that. And now make sure this actually has depth, right? And then make sure that has depth. Because these flat places are actually some of the best places to sell depth, right? Because it doesn't take much stepping to actually generate some good depth. All right, so there we go. So now, oh, I'm working on your damn first model. Crap. I wanted to do this on the other, whatever. Does this one kind of go back to where we were? Let's come all the way back here on this one then, since I want one to be sort of at where you started so we can hop between the two. All right, so this is kind of, and I've futzed with this. Yours was even more dramatic than this, sadly. I mean, sadly that I didn't go back far enough is what I mean. But, so you really want to make sure that these are functioning layers. So let's come back out here and I'm just going to rough this in real fast. Okay. Right. I'm just going to use that ring as a foundation thing real quick. So let's turn that off. That is not a clay tube. Hold on. So by having these steps be, so what you've done is you created your lobster surface, you had an edge, but you dropped this edge really deep and then you kind of did this, right? And really that's not creating layers, that's creating hot points, right? Where body of your lobster, shell, 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 tail reads as layers, right? Because this literally is below that, which is literally below that. And trying to get more depth out of peaking everything actually makes it look shallower. Okay, so let's come back in here. And let's turn that off. Let me look at our silhouettes here. I'm just going to use trim front. I mean, this gives you an idea of what's actually in front of one another, right? It goes back. Right? Forward, back, back. Forward, back, 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 back. So our high point is here, right? So these go back. And then these come. So you don't want to make these too deep because it makes no sense. And now these can have, you know, because these do have like this little flare on them, they can scoop. They don't have to be flat, but they really do have to be behind the one that's in front of them, right? So you don't need these huge steps to sell the story. In fact, if they're too deep, you lose the story, right? So it's much better if instead of, you know, you can't just cut it in here. You need to make that whole thing drop back behind because our brains are very savvy and they catch it. Right? So when you have things going behind one another, you really need them to do that travel. They really need to be behind one another. And then the same here, you know. Trim front. Yeah. Yeah. Right, bump, 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 bump. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Does that make sense? And then when you're creating, like, you know, it has this nice spine high ridge. Then when you create that high point, it can travel all the way down and give us a dimensional volume here, right? So now we're thinking of this object a little bit more like a 3D object than a 2D object, right? Because look at how much depth you have here to sell this depth of the head, right? And I'm going to be very melodramatic here. But you know, if this is actually back here, you get a little motion in this thing, right? And this can come down, because these are thin, that can come down quite a bit. Just make sure the tops of those are below that, and let's trim this back. Right, and so when we rotate this off and look at this, it's not this ½ inch of unused material. It's that object kind of rotating around. Does that make any kind of sense? I mean, do you see what I mean? How that appears to be much more a dimensional object. So, I mean, you know, beautiful object. Don't get me wrong. Well thought out. But and this is the thing about pendants and earrings and things, when we think of things as flat objects, we tend to treat them as flat objects, as opposed to treating it as a flattened three-dimensional object. Does that, yeah? So, like if you're doing, I don't have them here, I don't think. But let's go here and tool, and let's bring this little guy back out. So in this latest line that I'm working with this guy, he wanted a Napoleon ring. So I did a full sculpt of Napoleon, right? Because everyone struggles with low relief, right? Because we only have a few millimeters that we're looking at it. So you don't have to sculpt. I mean, block it up as a flat object, but I want you to think of it like this. So we have this guy. This is my Napoleon sculpture. And I'm like, okay, well, we need him to be at sort of this angle, right? And you figure out what you want. Do you want just that edge and the eye showing out, you know, so you get that 3/4 thing, or do you want it to be where you get the whole cheek line? So you sit here and figure out what view you want. All right, this is the view I want. Reorient, and I will just go like this. And now you have a low relief. And so on Napoleon, you know, you want a little bit more out of the face, right? So we're going to do that. We're going to mask here, and this becomes sort of a flatter background, right? So now you have a pretty quick 3/4 relief that you then can, you know, you obviously have to come back in and futz with it some, but everything's in the right place, you know, and it's in low relief. But this is still very close. That's a flat, full round. So when you're doing pendants and things that are flattened, think about them like this. Think about them as a three-dimensional object that you're just removing height from, as opposed to trying to get height out of a two-dimensional object. And you can see that here, no matter what I do, I'm going to pull this down, right? Make it very flat. There is no point that this cheek comes in front of the nose. This, never crosses in front of the face. This eyelid is not in front of the cheekbone, right? It's no matter how flat we make this, the things that are in front of other things are in front of other things, right? So, as we re-stretch this out, you can see that the relationships never change no matter how flat you make it. And that is the key to successful flat or bas-relief sculpting. And that is retaining, see, we can make this as, oh, that's not square. I can make this as flat as I want, and it still reads as a dimensional object, right? That still has real three-dimensional information in it, right? So this is what I mean by our brain is looking for this stuff, right? If this cheek comes in front of the nose, your brain sees that, right? So if the tail of that plate is at the same height as the highest part of the chest of the widest part of the torso carapace or whatever you want to call it, you're going to wind up, your brain is going to say something looks funny there. Yeah, sure. Right? Three-dimensional object. Got on Gizmo. Chose the angle I want. Came down here. Reoriented to front. I'm deciding where I want my main split to be. I want my main split to be right in front of this ear, probably, right? Or right behind this ear. We don't want that cheekbone. Yeah, we want the jawbone to be our edge of flattening. So I'm going to come down here and flatten. I'm going to come back here and I'm going to flip that, flatten that really flat, because all I need is the reference to that. That doesn't have to be as dimensional as this stuff has to be, right? And let's say you really want a much more dimensional. Now I can grab just this stuff and come back here. Q. And I'm going to pick what I want to be more. Oh, damn symmetry. That's what's killing me here. Sorry. I need the features, let's say, to be thicker, right? Oh. And then we'll go W. We'll come up to wherever that dividing line is, and I can do this, and then grab move, and I'm just going to get it big, and I'm going to pull this back down to where it's matching that crack line, right? Because that is where we're starting back here. I can relax this mesh a little. I want a little depth there, so I'm just going to relax the mesh there. That was just sloppy mask. Let's just, right, and so now you've decided that your face is more important. The ear just becomes graphic information, right? The hair is more like graphic information. But for portraits and stuff, often you need a little bit more. If they don't have very idiosyncratic, like Napoleon has a very specific silhouette that we're all very familiar with because we've all seen the paintings, and there's some of that stuff that carries a little bit more than if it were you and I, right? So if you're doing portrait work and you have a three-dimensional object of the person, you can always just flatten it down. And this way we're determining what's important by where we flatten it, right? But this is very important because, once again, why this works is because by gizmoing it, we are not actually changing the relationships between the surfaces other than getting them closer. Where you changed your relationship of these by, let's go back up here, let's go all the way back to the front. It'll get there. There we go. See, you change your relationships. Yeah, I don't care. See, this no longer is the body of a lobster, right? I mean, that has absolutely nothing to do with the body of a lobster. Because if we look, you know, every one of these relationships are backwards, right? And your brain knows that. Your brain gets it. It wants to see. And then, you know, these can even have lips up to sell that pointiness, right? But these planes have to work, right? And you try to get the height of these planes out by digging these down. And this relationship is not very realistic. And so you're actually going to sell this as much more dramatic with much less of a step. You don't really need these huge dramatic steps to sell it. You need the correct steps to sell it. Does that make sense? Everyone, do we understand kind of what was going on with this? Because you see, this looks great. This reads really well. But then these read as these disjointed objects, right? You see what I mean? It's not reading as a full three-dimensional object. It looks like a lobster head with salad coming out of it. Yeah, of course you can. And most of the time, that's what I do. I tend to make full round, like, not for this. I would have blocked this up flat and just ran with it. I would have done exactly what he did here. I just would have obviously paid attention to these levels a little differently. I mean, because here, let's do this. And I am obviously kind of going to do this a little cheesy. So I don't want to hear anything out of you guys. I don't want to hear any cheese factor yappering. All right, let's get this kind of in place. Okay. Infinite XYZ. Let's turn on transparency so I can see through this sucker. And we are going to So I have my base guy here, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to establish the angle at the top of this because it is a distinct angle. Come over here, and I'm going to rock that up, and that rocks that down, and let's make sure everyone's kind of in proportion. All right. Reorient, come here, squeeze down. Cute. Gonna mask that off. W, and drag you down some. Gonna mask that off, drag you down some. Mask that off, drag you up some. And I'm gonna get my rough silhouette here. Okay. So now, because this was grabbing big sections, things kind of moved around. I'm just going to grab my move tool, and I'm going to move this into kind of the shape that we want, right? I want to get my form kind of in place. All right, close. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So now, all I'm going to do is, yeah, that's it. I'm going to do this. Come on. Oh, I'm not NZ modeler anymore. Whoop. I'm just going to pop that up one. Whoop. Pop that up one. Whoop. Pop that up one. Right, and so now that gives me, now I probably wouldn't necessarily do it this way, but this gives you an idea of how to think about this form, right? Because this is loading the sides with geometry, so this isn't necessarily the best process, but it's giving you the idea of how I would think about this model, right? So now this is what we have, and no, am I in Z modeler? No. Move, give me a big brush. Give me a big brush. And I'm just going to come back here and make sure, you know, my form's kind of where I want it. But when I do this, you have to make sure that you're retaining that step geometry, right? Does that make sense? And now, divide, 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 divide. And look, you're already telling the right story. Right? I don't have to have anything here. And as we go down, you can kind of tell. I mean, there's no confusion on what's happening to that surface, even at that scale. Right? Does that make sense? So if you're thinking about it correctly when you're making your, and so we have this, but we want it to be, see, this is a big flat surface, right? Well, that makes no sense in a dimensional object. So I'm just going to take this. I'm going to knock down this edge. I'm going to come over here and knock down this edge. So my high spot is sort of running down the center of the object. But I still have my step information there. And that just becomes a simple right. And make sure you're using the whole form because you're selling a more complex dimensional object than just this top surface, right? And now when you come up here to the nose, you have your little spiky doogie here, your eye stalks. But they're in relation to one another, right? We're kind of sitting off at this angle. So we're not just thinking of flat planes, we're thinking of associative planes. How do these planes associate with one another? Right? If we're looking at the inside, shoop, 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 shoop. So our legs are here, you know, our little fins are there. And it is now a more dimensional object, right? Everyone kind of understand that? Anybody have any questions about this? Because, I mean, your textures are lovely. You have good flow. You have good surface flow. You know, it's nice. This, the head, is nicer than these because it's actually the right shape, right? Because these don't, oh, I don't have a camera on. You can't see my hand gestures. Right. These lose the shape of the lobster because you're trying to force a depth as a, you know, it should carry on this form. Right on. Anybody have any questions about this? Oh, the other thing I would probably do here while we're here. Where are you? X. Z. Is. I would probably give this some sort of texture because in this you lose your little antennae over the distance of this, right? So either let's drop this back a little. Maybe a really, really, really light bump. Sub. Turn lazy mouse off, for God's sake. Maybe something like that. Because then when you polish this, you'll have a little surface separation there. Just something to pull that out a little more. Three. This is the third. Righto? Nice piece, though. You're definitely getting there. All right, so let's go back here. Let's go to here. And this was you, right? Okay. Woohoo! Look at that, we're killing it. Okay, who's next? Who wants to go next? Okay. Okay, Demi, which one's yours? Sorry. I'm not seeing your name at the beginning of one of these. That's Sid, so let's leave that there so we can see it. Sarah, Georgia, Kirk, Evaluate. Marina Gigo. Bottom corner. This one? Is this one you? Wunderbar. Sticking with the lily theme. All right, so let's take this in parts. Let's hop back here real quick. Okay. Now having this central object, right? Let's look at your block ups real quick. Nice. Okay. Now your block ups are great. Once again, that's all you need. Don't make it complicated. So you have your sculpted parts separated. All right, let's actually go in here. Let's go to this. Let's hide this stuff. And let me just bring this silhouette in. Okay. So the one thing I would say is, once again, even though we're thinking of flat objects, I'd like you to kind of wrap your head around them as more dimensional objects, right? Because it's easy to take this, and these are beautiful forms. And I know that actually the Egyptian, I don't know if they're papyrus or if it's whatever the Egyptian revival plant these are. It's still a little nicer if we think of them as slightly more dimensional. So instead of just having a flat surface, we can really point to her by having the light reflect towards her when we start doing this stuff, right? Now, I would probably not have this be a complicated edge because we want it to kind of, once again, roll in towards her, right? This can have a little bit more swoop into it. Bring in. And then we can do the same here by kind of punching that up. Pulling this down. All right. You want to be careful with that. You want this to probably be and have that come in more, because you don't want a big pokey thing jabbing you in the belly or in the chest when you're wearing it. All right, so by taking those two forms and just giving them a little more curve, let's look at this outside edge and just make sure we're where. That's not bad. Oop, wrong one. Okay. So now let's go high res. Let's get up in here. And then once again, I would probably punch these steps even a little more. All right. Lower my intensity. All right. as you can see, I'm not really changing too much of this. All we're doing is changing a little bit about how these surfaces associate with one another. Because one of the things that a lot of the Art Nouveau jewelry did, which is actually quite similar to what you've done, is that it really actually winds up being pretty flat, because a lot of it was die stamped, right, and then enameled. And so the wonderful thing we have is technology on our side, and we don't have to make things flat. And it's what's going to separate your work from other people's is using and exploiting the dimensionality tools that we have in ZBrush, right? It allows us to come in and, you know, we're not stuck with CAD surfaces, right? We have the ability to do some really unique surfacing stuff. And you can see I'm not drawing a line, right? I'm just creating an edge, which is creating that overhang. And once again, here we're just gonna create an edge that's creating that overhang. Right. Hold on, there's someone knocking at the door. Give me a second. I thought it was someone who worked here. It was just someone asking about how we pay for things. Sorry. Okay, so now, once again, unlike the lobster, right? I'm going to bring this whole layer back. I'm not just trying to create that lip, right? I'm bringing that whole layer back. I'm bringing the whole layer back. Right? Hold on, let me get rid of everybody for a second because I want to see these edges. So now I'm going to decide what I want these edges to be. I want them to pop just a little. So once again, I like my SK cloth because it has a little bit of gravity applied to it. Oops. That is not SK cloth. That is SK carve. Here we go. And what that allows me to do is when I come around these edges, it just gives me a nice little lip. Right? And now, clay tubes and just come back behind it. So now, looking at these surfaces, so I want this to be a scoop. I want this to be a scoop. I want this one to be kind of flat. Then I want these to bow out right towards the outside surface there. Does that make sense? So I want these to be kind of doing this. Well, actually, they're actually kind of, it's still scoop, but directionality of the surface, right? Scoop, scoop, flat, and then these are going in the other direction, right? So that's going to give me this bright line into a dark, right? I'm trying now to kind of contemplate a direction brush. No, it's clay tubes. I'm just using it to dictate where I want things to go, right? And so now you can see right here, I just need to make sure that I want to kind of, do not need that at 51% by any means. I just want this to kind of, this outside lip to kind of come like that, because I'm trying to sell that curve, right? And this is where a tight little move brush can be helpful. We're just going to come in here and just punch that under. Right. Punch that behind, pull it up. Punch it behind, pull it up. And now. Just making sure the rhythm of those parts are okay. And because these have very distinctive lips on the inside edge, and this is a defining edge that's pretty sharp, right? I probably want a reflective edge right here. Just so it'll reflect like a line, right? Like the next step. We have a weirdo lump right there, but SK trim polish, just to knock that lip clean. Now, let's do the same here. Let's give this a little bit more dimensionality. So it's kind of going along with our curves, right? So we're not just a flat, but we have something happening there. And once again, same as the lobster, right? We don't want just these flat edges. We want these things to come around, so you're selling dimensionality. Mm. Mm. See, I'm always just trying to keep think in layers, right? Just trying to keep the things that are in front of one another, and the things that are behind. And it gives us a consistency in the model that is really hard to get back if you start to lose it, right? Mm-hmm. All right. And now here, we'll use SK twist on these. So, boop, just slightly different technique, but show you how we get to the same place. Wrong direction. So sort of what I did with the cloth brush, right? I'm just kind of doing it in the opposite direction. Oops. SK fill, Alt, positive, subtractive, additive, subtractive, additive, subtractive, additive, additive, subtractive. Okay. And so you can see we get to similar places, right? Just showing you different ways of getting to those places. Knock that back. Once again, probably gives us a reflective edge. All right. So now let's just take a look at this. Haven't done anything too dramatic, right? Let's bring her back in. All right, so take a look at that. And take a look at that. Oh. Right. 1, 2. So as you can see, as we start moving around, you're actually bringing, see, like from here, right? It's this thing that's cupping in, it's coming in, it's hiding her. Here, you know, these are flat surfaces. And I just think that just giving us a little bit of surface really creates, especially when you get into your reflective surfaces, right? Come on. Boy, you are ass dragging, right? See, like you have highlights, you have dark around her, and then she becomes a highlight. When we're flat, this is all highlight. So you've just flattened the piece out dramatically. You know, you have this nice bright arrow pointing up her skirt, right? This is bringing the eyes back up here, but this actually is dragging the eyes away, right? Because you have these big arrows, you know, and this is all pretty much the same tone. So you start to lose her in this up here, where, boop, see how she becomes so much brighter there? Well, it's not just building up the volume, it's having the surfaces accentuate what you want to be seen, right? So by making these pretty bright curves, or pretty deep curves back here, what I've done is I've removed the reflection in a lot of ways from this, right? So what I'm creating is a pocket where she can be bright. Does that make sense? Because honestly, this form being simple, it is a big arrow pointing to her, right? So honestly, that works, and it's nice. You know, you have this bar stopping it. You come, you stop. This is what you look at. So it's good. You know, this is perfectly good, but you lose her up here, right? Because you have these dark lines and they're all at the same level, and then you have her back and her arms, and it's just, this just becomes muddy. Where if we hop to this, right, she stands out a lot more. But other than that, wonderful. You know, it's a lovely part. The other thing you want to just be careful of is when we come back here, what's hitting the body, right? You know, you're pretty flat. That's pretty okay. This right here could become an issue, right? Because it's just like a little ridge, and that's right at the bottom where it's hitting. So you might need to watch out for this little area right here. But on this one, I think I thought about it. I thought about it. So like here, what's nice, right, is that I have this curve resting against the body and this curve resting against the body. So we don't have any really dramatic hot spots, right? You know, I tuck that point in, and then, you know, if this is touching the body, you do have, you know, this is a ridge, but that's okay because it's not just, you know, it's a nice curve, it floats in, and then you have this kind of where that bend is, it turns that from just one little contact point to this being a big general contact point. So that would be softer on the body. Yeah, without a doubt. These are definitely cast. I mean, well, unless you're a good hand fabricator and you could hand fabricate it, but that defeats the point of doing it in ZBrush, right? Print and cast. Now, there are some undercut issues and things like that, but we haven't gone over it, so I'm not worried about it right now, right? We will have to worry about castability, and that creates a problem for her, where for the castability issue, I would probably have taken this. Let's turn this off. And this off. Wait, where'd it go? Is it here? Yeah. I probably would have taken this and moved this. No. Move this way. And almost intersecting with her, right, where you can create some distance there, sorry. Where you can see her. But then this becomes a ridge that can follow up like her neck. It can follow her torso, not the leaves. Hold on. I just want... Right, this shape could then come up and fill up the center. So you still have your silhouettes, right? Just kind of punch them in between the silhouettes there. So it still appears as if it is just the body, right? but there is no headspace there. So it just becomes your silhouette. And for the most part, a silicone mold should be able to release around that much, right? Let's punch that back, right? So there you have your silhouette. But it's not a big gaping hole in there. And I would probably at the end of the day wind up filling these in a little, where this is just a graphic as opposed to actually going all the way through, right? Because those are so small, you're not actually going to see anything through them. Oops. Right, and even from 3/4, it looks like you're still getting the breast. You know, you're still going to get that silhouette of the breast and the face, but you're not going to have any issues with casting, because the silicone mold can easily pull around that, you know. Make sense? Hold on, let's, you know, and here you can actually, I can actually go back more. It doesn't have, that's way too, when I inflated that became very aggressive. Right. And then that also actually makes it look like she's interacting with that background just a little bit more, like she's reaching around it, you know. So, and then castability on that would be just drop your edges back and in like we did. We'll go over that technique later. Right? You know, in casting, there's nothing here that is too thin. The thing, like when you're doing things like this, I'm going to sculpt over this pattern, is to think about flow, right? So, you know, if you have metal coming in, you know, make some of these thicker, right? Just so, see here, if these are touching, and on the inside here, you make it just a little bit thicker. Your material will flow well, right? If this has a deep ridge, this has kind of a ridge where it'll fill quicker, and then you can have the edges point in. But if these things have bellies in them, and this is more of a cone going to the belly, right? You'll get better flowability. Edges can be razor sharp as long as it has a little meat behind it, right? You know, that can look super thin by doing your edges sharp, right? And obviously I'm not trying to hide this, but you know, if you spend time and smooth it, and you know, once again here, you know, this can look super, super thin and still be pretty darn beefy up here. And, you know, as far as edge thickness parameters, oh, it has to be a 1/2 inch, blah, 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 or a 1/2 mil, blah, 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 blah. You're better off trying to get a little thickness to things, right? Obviously. But it really depends on the machines you're using. You know, if you're hand pouring, you're going to have a much harder time filling things than if you're using a vacuum overpressure machine. But if you're just constantly thinking about how metal flows, right? What metal does not like to do is that, right? Because it's going to flow, it's going to start to cavicate, it's going to kind of pressure in, and then, right, where if you're thinking about flows, right? If it rides along this straight edge, it's not going to start to cavalcade. So, if you're doing things that are thick to thin, make sure that you're trying to think about how things are flowing, right? That'll actually flow pretty well. And you just kind of think about it. If you just put a little bit of energy and kind of wrap your head around how is this going to flow? Where am I going to sprue from? It'll help you a lot. But the thickness of the leaves, some of my bug wings are insanely thin and they cast really well, but I have thick veins in them that allow it to go. Like if this had, if you wanted these to be really thin, right? I would make this inside edge fat, because at least the metal has a place to flow. And now this can be pretty darn thin, but it has flow logic, right? It's going to come in here and you have plenty of room for the metal to pour in here, and then it'll seep down into the thin. As far as the outside edges, like I said, that can be blade thin because it's filling up to that. It's not struggling to get to that. That is just the outside edge of a large cavity. But if you want to do, and not have a flat back where it can flow through, but you're really going to try to do this, you better leave places to sprue all along that, because it does not want to go in here, fill, go through a really thin flat spot, fill, go through a really thin flat spot and fill. So it's not necessarily how thick the part is. A lot of it has to do with how are you going to sprue it? How is it going to get metal into it? And that's where you have to think about it. Like, what is it? Endotherm has their advertisement for like the Mini C, and they're casting meshes, but it has a big ring around it, and then it all fills towards the middle, right? So it's not filling from one edge, because you got to think, the second that leaves the crucible, the second you start pouring, your metal starts cooling, right? So you need to, just kind of think about how metal flows. As long as, these outside edges are thicker than the inside edges, it'll flow fine. And, but once again, is it your brother-in-law who is casting by pouring into, is he hand pouring? Then you have to think about places you're going to sprue. But if you're going to a modern caster, most modern casting places have, if not vacuum overpressure machines, at least good centrifugal machines. And, that'll fill most everything. The only time you don't fill is either you have sprues that don't work, right? Or you have thick, thin, thick, thin, thick, thin, and there's no way for the metal to get to the area that's thin. If you want these to be like a 0.5 millimeter thick, you put a big ass sprue right here, it'll fill, right? But you better not have any detail there, because that's a big ass sprue, right? And they're going to have to grind that off. And, so that's why it's very hard. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of jewelry books that'll go, you cannot cast something that is less than blah, 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 blah. Those are old casting concepts. Now with vacuum overpressure machines and good sprueing, you can cast pretty much anything. And that goes back down to having a relationship with your caster. Like if your caster if you're having problems feeling the leaves, right? They'll be like, oh, well, make your leaves thinner or make your leaves thicker. Figure out a way to make filling channels part of the design, right? So that way you now have a lot more metal coming into this, right? And in turn, it'll feel better. So, a lot of that comes down to what is your caster using? How are they spruing? Once again, are they doing individual where they're casting each piece in its own investment? Or is it a bigger place where they're throwing a bunch of things onto a bigger tree and throwing big trees? It really completely, absolutely, and utterly depends on what they are using to cast. So that's why I say design it how you want it. I mean, obviously you have to think about how are you going to fill her? Well, you attach her here. There are things that you do really have to consider, but so much of this is so variable depending on who's doing your casting. So, hey, Sid. And so in that sense, a lot of times, once like the hands, I would have the hands touching something. I wouldn't, like I said, I would fill this stuff up, right, from behind. You're touching there, so you're getting a lot of this flow in here, so you can get away with thin stuff because you have multiple directions of feed, right? But, that little area in there, that might be a problem, might not. Completely depends. But, it's simple enough to turn this into something that is doing, that. And so you're getting much more contact. And a lot of times you got to remember that some of this stuff doesn't actually need to be air spaces, right? This could read just as well having that full. Sorry. I know this isn't symmetrical, blah, blah, blah. But, having this full and then having just this be a dark crease, right? That's going to read as such. And now that's touching all the way across, right? But design it this way. And then let's come back and figure out what are the actual casting issues. Does that make sense? Because really, you want to make beautiful objects. And then let's tailor them to manufacturing. It's funny because I've been trying to wrap my head around this larger scale education platform that's tied into manufacturing and all this stuff. I've been going back and doing some reading, and also just because I'm insanely frustrated with our society in general. I mean, forget the chaos, that the Orange Buffoon has started. I think that this started back I really think it started with Reagan, where we started removing arts from our schools. And in turn, people are not raised to think about aesthetics. When you have someone who approaches me and says, hey, I'll pay you $20 an hour because my cousin does that, and it's like, you never failed at an arts project, right? By removing art from the schools, there are kids that are good at math. There are kids that are good at science. There are kids that are good at English. And there are kids that are good at art and music. And until you were forced to take a music class and you were forced to take an art class, you no longer understand it as a skill set, right? Artists are lazy, all that crap is still out there. Art's not a real job. And that is so perfect. I cannot tell you how many artist friends I have that young in their relationships, either they had conflicts with their lovers' parents or with their lovers in general, depending on who, where, and how they were raised and such, where they do not view arts as real job. It's a hobby. And, those are people that are completely disassociated from art, because in every other time period, before the Industrial Revolution, art was a society driver, not a society follower. And the problem with especially product design in today's age, we have all these idiots who don't know a damn thing who stream and yabber, talk, and just spout bullshit about things they think they know about. And this is the participation award generation where my opinion matters. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Your opinion doesn't matter in a lot of things. My opinion on how to engineer a Formula One car means nothing. My opinion on how to build a skyscraper means nothing. An engineer's opinion on how to make an aesthetically pleasing engagement ring means nothing. And so, you know, one of the big reasons I'm here and I'm trying to get you all to start thinking about some of this and why I keep talking about intentionality is CAD makes things easy in a lot of ways, and especially Matrix where everything's WYSIWYG, right? You have a slider and you slide it and blah, 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 blah. And that destroys the mind. It doesn't make you think about what's good. It doesn't make you think about why you're doing things. And that is something that I'm going to horsewhip you on. And that is, why are you doing it? What are you doing? And I understand that you can make a conscientious decision. Oh, you know, pink flowers are really hot right now. And, you know, I have to take advantage of that. But I want you to understand that as a conscientious thinker, you can create the trends, not follow them. Because who succeeds the most from trends? The person who started it and who's been in it the longest rides that trend. And that's why there is a thing called trendsetters, right? Now, it makes me want to throw up and hit myself in the head with a hammer repeatedly when I look at things like Instagram and such, and you have idiot 13-year-olds who actually are influencing culture because they say shit and point at like dead people in trees and have names like Lily Poo, and they're crass, horrible fucking people. And I don't want you guys to be that. I want you to use your brains to create objects that people can associate with. And the more we can get people to associate with object and art, the better our society is going to be. And I know that sounds like a big schemy sheemy thing, but our society is turning into crap because these fucking idiots, I'll say it again, fucking idiots are dictating what we try to follow. I don't look at other people's art for the most part. I do not look at my contemporaries. I do not pay attention to what other jewelers are doing because I don't care. I have a voice, I have a vision, and that's what I'm trying to give you, or what I'm trying to get you to get out of this. So when I start talking about intentionality and start talking about some of this stuff, my goal is for you to develop a voice. And so when I say, let's do things in ZBrush that you can't do in other programs, the reason we want to take advantage of that is because this is a very small group of people. Manufacturing out of ZBrush is just coming into its own. And we have the capacity to create things that you can't do in other objects or in other programs. And so when I say, you know, hey, put little bends in these leaves, not only does it make it a more aesthetically pleasing object that then can do X, Y, or Z, you know, direct the eye to this, direct. You can't do that easily in other programs. Like in Rhino or Matrix, you know, the ability to come in and just, you know, do this becomes very difficult. And especially if you're going to, wow, even follow up and do this, right? You know, this is something that takes half a second. It is not a big deal. You can change your object very quickly. You can't do that in CAD. You can't get these real organic thoughts and be able to hustle through your model and just find things that are exciting and interesting. And so I know I say it a lot, but I want you to understand why I took this wasn't just for this rant, but it's to get you to understand what I'm saying when I'm saying do something that you can't do in CAD. Do something that's different. You can make the exact same object. Look at the lilies. The lily is a very simple thing, right? And it's funny because a lot of you are winding up at 148 blocks, because honestly, that is sort of the ideal range. And not one of your lilies look alike. And it's a simple shape, right? And they don't look alike. If you did this in CAD, 90% of the chance is, they'd look a lot more alike. Only because in CAD, you can't do that. In CAD, you can't just tap. Of course, there are bounding boxes and blah, 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 but it doesn't happen in the same way. It takes a completely different mindset to grab a tool, my brush, and go, okay, well, I'm going to tap this into place, as opposed to find a tool and figure out how I'm going to use a tool to bend that into place at 33 degrees, right? It's a different mindset about how to generate object. And so it's really what I'm hammering. And when I'm talking about do things differently, that's what I'm trying to shoot for. I want every single one of you, like if we do let's say this was a 10-week course, and I said at the end, make a piece with a lily. I want every single one of those pieces to be dramatically different, because that's your voice. It's not the object. I know that, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying anything about the pieces that you've made, because I haven't taught you some stuff. But at the end of the day, my goal is to get you to make objects that are your voice, right? And that's why I get persnickety about some things. But I say things, and then I don't want it to think like it's just like a weird rant. There really are reasons why I'm like that. So, that's where that came from. Okay. Sorry, because I just said it a few times in this piece, and it's not just this arbitrary, I hate CAD. It's a very different way of thinking about object and why you are making objects. So I'm going to rant about intentionality. Okay, so any questions on this? Are we okay with this one? I know. Yeah. On my Twitch stream, I tend to rant a lot. Because especially I would do a long stream, I get tired. Sometimes I have, how many bottles of wine can I get through during my stream? And towards the end of those get exciting. No. It's just, oh my God. We live in a world that gives me absolute ulcers. It makes me insane. The people are rewarded for just inane, yabbering garbage. I know, and this is class. I'm supposed to be filtered. Sorry, guys. I hope no one minds. All right. Okay. Anybody have any questions about this or any of the issues? Yes, of course. Lloyd, you can go next. All right, hold on. Did you have any questions about this piece? Oh, which one was it? Crap. We got to make sure we get the right one. Where's this one? Boop. See, I'm trying to be more organized this week. As opposed to last week with, did I finish them all? All right, so, can I, yeah. We were looking at the Lova, and it's, just absolute simplicity. He did a great job. Keep it as simple as possible, as low as possible. Right? Sure. You will, you all fight it out. You got it. I will put you in the order you need to go in. Of course. So, oh crap. I already lost who wanted to go next. Who was it that wanted to go next that I said, yeah? Was it Lloyd? Lloyd, can I go next, please? Yes. Okay. Lloyd. That's Eric. That's, Georgia, Sid, Sarah, Nate. Oh, there you are. Boop. Boop, boop. All right. Her silhouette's nice. And that ridge, I'm assuming, is that an artifact of the block up? Yeah. You were having a hard time getting rid of that lip, weren't you? This one. Yeah. That's just an artifact of how you blocked it up. Let's go here. Let's duplicate. Let's lower res and look at this. We're going to go delete higher. It's because this got, see here, why you're getting that ridge is that you have pulled this out dramatically and there's nothing in front of it. Hold on, let's, right. I think if you look at, let me see here. Yeah, on like my block up and a lot of the other block ups here, what you'll notice is that you have an extra layer here, right? In the sense of your pestle is sitting here, and then from this lip, you actually have this extra step here. And you have this, what's going on here? How did that? Oh, that is your problem right there. Let's move that there. Let's move this here. See how big this square is and how big this square is? And then you have these little squares in here. Somehow that didn't go all the way around. You pulled that out, and then you pulled it out again. Hold on. Let me smooth this back and see exactly what's going on here. Sorry, I'm trying to rebuild the base squares. Somehow right here, something happened here. Either I'm not exactly sure how you got this geometry right here. Right? So if we bring this out as if it were a flat block, right, we're somehow, you have, is this it? Somewhere along the way you deleted a surface or something. You see what I'm saying? You have this square right here. If instead of doing it where, like you were doing it flat, right? Hold on, let me find, let's look at this one's. Right? Where did you go? Shit balls. Was it this one? Yeah. You see what I mean? Like, we're missing, like you wouldn't have that pinch if this were a cube. Do you understand what I'm saying? Somehow or another you deleted a block in here. Let's see if I can get us back to a place where see this, somehow these got off. Okay, you can see how you have two lines up here, 1, 2 for this lip, but back here that lip got stretched out somewhere. Let's see if we can get back to a base geometry that it's like you stretched it out and then these became triangles. So let's kind of try to reconstruct this surface where it's not stretched. Okay, so actually we're okay here. Well, no, we're not. How did you get an extra square in here somewhere? Well, you see what I mean? Like, if we're using this geometry, this should be a square, and then there should be another square here. So somehow you deleted a line or you deleted an edge, and I don't know how. Maybe when you inset and then maybe you accidentally deleted a face or something. I'm not. But do you understand what I'm saying by you're missing a square here? Right, like this is 1 square, 2 square, 3 square. This is, right, like this should, I should be able to pull this surface out and it is aligned. But somehow we're missing here. We're actually kind of like missing an edge right here, right? You see what I'm saying? That should kind of be flush with that edge. Maybe that was the answer. Somehow you lost. Maybe that was the line. Hold on, let's. It's not. Somewhere along the line you deleted a square and we lost this corner's integrity. And that's why you see this isn't making a square, it has a pinch. So you noticed I've moved that pinch out. But now let's divide this up. All right, I get it. We're composed of multiple squares. Right, we don't have anything returning here in the front that's supporting that front lip. Right, that's I think when you did an insert, right? Well, no, at this very beginning, you want to think of it as Legos, right? You want a very even quadrant surface, right? And see, I don't know where, but see, she has 1, 2 supporting, then 1, 2, she's rolling that edge out. Actually, her geometry is damn similar to yours. Maybe she's just using the lip. Yeah, so maybe when I deleted those 2 edges out here, so this comes out, and there you go. Right, and so that lip is fine. I just you drag that 1 point out, which was forcing this to come over this lip as well. So you do that, and now that lip supports this spiral. All right, so I think that was the issue. So let's go look at what you got. So that crack now supports that. So let's go to this guy and see what you're fighting. Let's go back to our lowest res. Yeah, I think that because I deleted these squares on the one that I did, I just think somehow or another, when you did your insert, you lost something in here, or you just tried to drag this out. Right, you're what am I hitting that with? Okay, it is not. Do you see what I'm saying? Somehow we got, you know, it might just be doing this. You might have just pulled that mesh out so dramatically. And see, this comes back up here. High res. Yeah. Now I think that lip will actually go. Let's lower this on. Get this out. See that little star right there? That's what's screwing you. When you inserted this, somehow you lost one of these up here, I think. Yeah, that's exactly what you did. Okay, so you inserted it, but what you did use an insert, correct? Or inset, sorry. Yes, you did. But then you came back and you deleted, I think maybe one of these. Because if you'll notice what we have here, right? The inset, why you're getting that problem. So you had this square, right? And then you inset. Boom, 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 right? Oops, sorry. That's exactly what you did. You deleted the beginning or your front of your inset. See this intersection right here? So this should look like this. Right? Square, square, coming to a quad. This is a quad. And then this should have a quad. These are going up to your edges, right? Does that make sense? I know I got. But when you deleted these, you no longer had the support network for that crack, right? You're just going straight into that crease right there, and there's no quad for that return. So somewhere after your insert, you deleted these front quads. And what that did is it doesn't give this a support edge, right? So now all you have is that crease going there, and there's no quad here to normalize that crease. And that's why you're getting this super dramatic crease right there, because there's no quad here in the front of it to make it smoother. So here, let's go back to this guy back here. Right, let's come up a little. And you can see how this is a crease. You get that star point right here, but it's continuing back, and you have this nice quad that's making that transition smooth. But when you deleted that out, what you have are these two star points, and star points are real creasy. So somewhere along the line, you deleted this front square, and that See how weird and pinchy that little area is? But it gets normalized because it goes into a quad. So it's not allowing this geometry to define that edge. Where here, that geometry is defining that edge, and you're getting that crease right there, which is stealing all your weight. So that's the only problem you're having. You deleted that quad. So when you inset, be careful, because if you do, well, unless of course you're trying to accent that, you can delete this quad, and that gives you two really dramatic crease lines, right? But you don't always want that. Yeah, and like you're missing there's just, something was missing. Those three quads there in the front are what are missing. Okay, one sec. So now, other than that, let's come back up and look at this. You know, that weight's right. And actually, this transition's very nice. You know, this all looks great. It's just you're missing those four squares right there, which provide this, that provide this block, which don't allow those star points to turn into creases. So it's just a slight, when you use the inset, you let the geometry get a little out of your control by deleting it, and then you pulled it, which made it stress more. Where if you had that quad right there, that would be, you know. So I'd say it's just those two missing, well, actually, technically it's 4 faces that you're missing. You're missing that face, that face, that face, and that face. So you're missing 4 faces that support that inset. Okay. Well, I may have inset it straight to the front there, but I didn't get rid of that front support quad, or or it would have huge creases there. Even if there wasn't the extra quad out here, there's still that support quad that's missing. So those star points have no support. You know, there's no return right here. It's not a big deal. It's just a simple thing. Because honestly, your surface is good. Your weight's good. You know, I'd probably come back, lower my res a little, and just knock that edge off just a little. Right. That way it's just a wee bit softer. Oops. You know, this. And it's fine here where it's transitioning, but even then I'd probably make it, for a pedal, I don't think it's that sharp. If it were, you know, starched linen, you'd have creases like that. And then, let's see, you know, for manufacturing, since I didn't ask that, this isn't an issue for this model, but just for manufacturing, you probably are going to want to fill this up just a touch. And then that way, that lip is, and you know, you're probably going to have to thicken this back edge up just a touch, because that has almost frame. Actually, you can see that you're overlapping in both directions, right? So that doesn't have real weight. Does that make sense? Those, you're kind of getting a noise shell, honestly. You know, basically what you have is this coming over and going right. They're intersecting. It's not a form like that. This surface is coming through that surface right there, and that's where you're getting, right, that's that surface coming in from the other side. You see what I mean? So that's not a real thickness. That's probably from smoothing, if I'm not mistaken. You might have smoothed it too there, right? You can see on that edge how. And you can see by using inflate, I'm just giving that little bit of thickness in there. Smooth it off. And yeah, there you go. Because if you went to fix that, if you dynameshed or remeshed, that could be a weird little area. But I mean, that's all it took to fix it. You probably want to just give those edges a little bit of thickness, because it's not the edge, that's the whole thickness of the thing, right? Because you don't want to get too thin. You can have that edge as thin as you want, but it has to have some meat behind it. Right? Other than that, it looks great. You know, in this, you would have had no problems at all right there if you had kept that. Does everyone kind of understand what I'm saying about this right here? Boop. Frame. So let's turn that off. Let's go to here. When we inset, we're getting this, right? And why that can stay clean is because it has this square right here, which then eliminates, see, this is the star point. And so when we move these supporting squares around it, keep it kind of controlled, right? But you can see that's a star point, but it works because it's not on the edge. Now if we undo this, and let's delete Z modeler. But if we delete that, these are at a weird angle. Just gonna smooth that edge back so it doesn't divide. You can see here, as we're sculpting, we still have, because, yes. Because it still has that triangle right there, it can be supportive. But what happened is it got deleted back down to that, and that star point became an edge, and it became very hard to control because of how everything panned out. Because I think, right, didn't he take it all the way back to, yeah, you went back to, you inset twice. Well, you didn't inset twice, you strained out and that relaxed out. So you took it all the way back to here. Oops. And you can see how that becomes a crease, right? That starts to follow that back down because the point comes down there. And that becomes a very integrated edge that's hard to get rid of. But all in all, it looks great. I mean, you know, your forms look good. The sculpting looks good. You might want to fill this out just a touch in here because it looks a little pinched. Right. But looks great. Just a unfortunate block up issue. Well, yeah. Here, let's go back down here. You can see that what he did is, see right here, when you just saw that insert, right? This is the center of that insert. And then this is the support frame for that inset. Right? And because in the process along the way he deleted this set of squares, this just becomes a crease in the geometry. There's no square. There's nothing bringing these star points back to quads down here. So you wind up with a star point, which is your edge. And a star point is just that. You have a quad, but then you have this extra geometry in it, right? Thus, a star. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. A normal quad, but look, we have this point and this point in there as well. And this is what's making this a ridge that's impossible to get rid of. All right, where are we? So Eric, is it you or Giorgio who needs to get out first? He said it's getting late where he is. Can you last one more? Hello? Did I lose everyone? Okay. So Giorgio. Boop. Hold on, let me do this real quick. That was this one, right? Okay. Why do I feel like I've done... Okay, well, whatever. Well, I'm getting a lot of no's in here. Are we getting a real deep lag? Sometimes the lag gets really bad. I apologize. So, Giorgio. Sorry, guys. Hold on, let me I have to count the lag just so I have an idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So yeah, we're talking 18 to 20 seconds. Sorry about that. At least now I know the lag's there and I can arrange for it or leave it in my mind that okay. So Giorgio, let's go back and low res. This block up quirk came when you moved it. That wasn't an issue in the block up. Okay. 140. Let's get up to higher res here. Well, if you need to go, don't worry about it. We'll put you in order. Okay. Nice surface. I would just, when you have it this clear, just get that return in there, right? It's funny, it looks like you're having a similar geometry issue. It's just better organized. Right, okay, so you got your swirl in there. This form's nice. This break is nice. That transition's nice. Probably want to see that just be a little bit rounder. And I understand where it's coming from, but you can see just by knocking that lip off, that curve just becomes so much nicer, right? And it reads the same here. I think you probably want a little bit more floop there. And I know that there are some that are straight cones, but you wouldn't have this much break on that outside edge, I doubt. But even if you did, let's see. You would have a little bit of a break here because it's starting to roll. Yeah, I think it's just that edge is a little wonk if you're trying to. Right, if it's standing up straight, it's probably, or if it's the, if you're cupping, right, if it's not breaking this back edge, chances are this is probably going to stand up more, right? And I still think you're probably going to have just a little bit of a transitional break there. Right? Does that make sense? I mean, that's pretty subtle, but I just think that line is a little bit better. That's and then the only other thing is this just got just a touch flat. That's a little bit too thin. Right, because this has to be a cone that's supporting all that flower out there. So we just want there to be a wee bit of a cone there. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Makes sense. But all in all, I think your surfaces are pretty good. Got a wee bit of a lump in there, but not much. And that probably would, nope, other direction. Right now? No, don't lose power. Right? Does that make a little more sense? Just filling it out a little, getting this to be a little bit more of a cone as opposed to, you know, this being super pinched. But all in all, looks good. Oh, hail's getting your tomatoes. You have any questions about that? I mean, honestly, it's nice form, looks good, you know. No big issues. You got your surface tensions really close. Looks good. And now I get to wait 30 seconds. Luckily the camera's not on, so y'all don't see me sitting here, my finger in my nose, staring at the wall. Great. No, it looks great. Looking good. So now we're doing Eric, correct? Boop. Uh-oh. Hold on. I gotta do this. Nope, wrong one. Gotta do that. That was Giorgio. All right. And now we're doing Eric. I'm gonna just mark you out right now. Okay. Turn transparency on. Okay, what do we have here? Wavy moon above plant with cabbage vagina. So once again, everything's pretty flat except your cabbage down here. And I know that what's funny is I gave you guys a pretty flat concept. And so where I want you to kind of think about how with those flat profiles do we you and me both, man. Yeah, everything's about sexual organs. I put vages and everything. It's just a great shape, right? It comes in, you have a little button, which is your focal point. It's a perfect form. So this is where we can take something and just kick this out, and let's just get a little bit more dimensionality out of these. And this is where we're pulling some dimensionality out of something that's flat, right? And now that'll make that a much more active reflective surface. And because these are bent, and I'd probably flatten this just a wee bit, only because you probably don't want it to be sticking out so much. Right, because it's the tallest thing there. Right, so now we're there. And then this is another place where you could really use texture to punch this. Let's get rid of everybody. And I suppose this is an alpha. I know everyone's like, you use the same brush for every background. It's because it really works in metal. This is a little strong, but I think you will see what I mean. All right. You can see that that gives you a lot more depth. Right? Where it really punches those objects off the surface. And so let's go to a reflective surface. See the difference? And you see how when these are bent and have depth, this is going to reflect as one big flat surface, the moon and or sun, I'm assuming moon over water. And you can see as we go to the other direction, see highlight, tone, we come this way, highlight, tone, right? And this stands out a lot more, right? Masked by noise. There's a mask over here. Isn't it a brush? Why can I never find any of this stuff when I need to? It's down here, isn't it? Oh. Yeah. Surface. Masked by noise. Well, we're slightly off. That's interesting. How would your noise... Well, I guess you baked your noise and then maybe you moved it in the world? I didn't realize you created that by noise. Yeah, that would have helped. Especially if it lined up. Yeah, obviously you can do it quicker than me hand swiping everything. And if those edges were sharper, these would be even more outstanding. And the only other thing, well, I don't know. I was gonna say the only other thing I might say, but it is really vaggy, so if it flattened out, we might lose that behind. I was gonna say you might want to just clay fill just a wee. Hold on, let's get there. Just a wee bit right here, but I don't know. I'm not sure that. No, you're fine. Because it is sort of lettucey, so it's deep. Yeah, no. Looks great. The composition's great. Honestly, I like the simple hash marking, especially if you do a chattery, like if this is this chatter, it really contrasts nicely. And this is very low, so it will. And I did this, like I said, a little stronger than I would under normal circumstance. I didn't. Like I probably would set this at, hold on, let's go Z intensity. It's not really the Z intensity that's such a big deal. It's, oh, no. That was right where it needed to be. This is what I was trying to change. Excuse me. Yeah, it needs to be smaller. There we go. That's probably more around what I would shoot for. And you can see if we don't trash those edges, they're nice and bright. And then when you go into a reflective metal, see it punches it just enough for separation, as opposed to the mangle mutts I did up here. Oh, sure. You sure it's not a lettuce vag? I'm pretty sure it's lettuce vag. Yeah, SK Carve is a good silhouette for hash marks because it has a flat bottom. Does that make sense? So like if you're looking at the silhouette, didn't I do this earlier? God, I get so confused what I do. So Orb Cracks is very sharp, right? Because its silhouette is sort of like this. Where SK Carve is sort of like, it has a soft bottom, so it reflects more light. So it looks like a nice groove. I tend to use Carve for most of these. If I'm being subtle, like if I want nice scoops, I actually found that if you use inflate inverted and you kick out your focal shift a bit more, you can get really nice little scoops that actually retain. There we go. You get scoops that retain edges. So like if you wanted to do something like that, I find that inflate invert it works really well. but it's very soft and subtle. It's more like fabric forms, or you're trying to do an edge. But yeah, SK Carve's very good. Very good. Well, because clay tubes isn't as aggressive. Hold on, I can't believe I didn't do this. That's funny. This is one of those things that everyone's like, you always do that. Don't you have anything else to do? All right. Orb cracks. SK Carve. Slash. Form soft. Let's turn up the intensity of that. That's a little low for most form softy. Inflate. Okay. So let's look at the silhouettes of these, right? So you can see a couple of things here. First of all, let's go to orb cracks. Orb cracks pillows up the edge a little, and then it comes down and has a sharp point. Okay? So what this does is it makes these edges a little brighter than normal. SK Carve comes in, and as you notice, the belly proportion to the thickness of the brush is very big, right? So this is a nice reflective belly. So it looks like when you're looking down at it, it looks like it has a silhouette more like this, where this looks deep, right? So then what you have is, Woo. SK slash, slash, I don't think, no, it's just my slash settings. Okay. And then what this does is it comes down, it gives this nice round surface. It crosses itself, and then it has a nice round surface. So what you get is this beautiful, nice half curve reflective surface and an incredibly sharp line. Now, this is something that creates noise shells. So anytime you use slash, just remember that you will have to dynamesh, remesh by union. You'll have to do something to create a shell because it creates noise shells. Form soft sort of has that layer with soft edges, right? And then inflate is a really nice, right? It doesn't have a sharp edge here. You can see that it's a really nice SE curve. And so as we come over here and look at these, look at me, look at me. See how the lines look different? See? Sharp edges that have that bright lip. Soft edge, soft bottom, but it looks like it has a flat bottom, right? Slash, nice consistent curve to a black edge. Soft, form soft is like a layer tool, except it has nice soft edges. And then that's just like a half round. So that's the different, and I use the line tools to do different things, right? So there you go. Does that make sense? That's what I'm saying. It's no problem to use slash, just know that you are going to have to do an extra step to get that model ready for print, and that's no big deal. Exactly. It's just like using a different graver tip. All right. Eric, did you have any questions about yours? Right? Honestly, I think it looks great. I think that just think about how you're going to separate that model off the background. That's the only thing. Because by making this big and flat, if you give everyone else a little texture and a little change of form, you're going to get a more dynamic model. All right. Who's next? You know what? While you all you all discuss it for a second. Figure out which order you're going to go in next for next couple. You all fight it out for a second. It's now almost 2 and I have to pee. Okay, so I'll be back. Hello. Okie dokie, what do we have? Okay, so basically what I see here is that we don't have an order. You guys. Giorgio's gone, right? We did Giorgio. Okay, so we did Giorgio already. If I'm not just absolutely completely high, I think we did Giorgio. So that leaves us with iKayaker. Who are you? Is it listed that? Okay. Do you like just sign in as something different every time? Did you uploaded earlier, didn't you? Jason. Oh, of course. All right. This isn't you, Andrew? Didn't you just say that? Oh, you were saying no. Oh, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. All right. So, because of your comment about me cheating, because I have a Cintiq, that leaves me to think that your lumpy surfaces are because you're struggling with your tablet. Tell me if I'm right about that. Honestly, Tiki-wise, looks great. You really are getting some of your step stuff going here. I would probably flatten these out just a touch so there is a transition here. Right? That's a little, let's just kick that back just a touch. No, symmetry is not turned on. No, he yelled at me earlier saying I was cheating because I had a Cintiq. And he was trying on his tablet. And it's true. Working on a Cintiq is a lot easier than working on a tablet. So you see what I'm doing? I'm changing the direction of my view here a little. And I'm just making sure that these are steps, especially in something like this. And it just reads a touch better from like these angles, right? When something that's supposed to be behind something is behind something, right? And you could tell me that your lumpy surfaces are because you wanted lumpy surfaces, but I'm not going to believe you because you yelled at me for cheating. Well, if you know what your problem probably is, what's your Z intensity when you're using clay tubes? A lot of people have it cranked up. Get that Z intensity under 10. And I think that might be your problem with your lumpy surfaces, honestly. Because look, I'm kind of just creeping up on these surfaces. But here, let me kick this up to here. And I'm trying to do that and my surfaces get really lumpy. So I think actually it isn't even your tablet. I think that you are running your Z intensity way too high. Is it under 10, your Z intensity? I would bet it's not. Okay, I'm just going to tell you this. Your brush pressure does not change without you knowing. Now, if you have it reset, like if you relaunch, it'll go back to whatever that default is. And if it's one of my older interfaces, that default may be 49, which is way too high. I don't know how it got there. So, this stuff actually all looks great. This little intersection's a little weird. I want to see this go behind that. Right? I think the lumpiness, usually when people complain about not being able to control that surface or it's lumpy, it's because it's set way too high. Now, the other thing I do want to see is your teeth need to be inside the mouth, not outside the mouth, right? And the other reason you're having a problem with lumpiness is this model is only 480,000 polys. The lower the subdivisions, or the lower the geometry, the more effect the brush has on the surface. I'm like, this is still lumpy. So let us actually get up to where I told you to get up to. Even that step, right? Look, it affects less, and you can control your surface better. Does that make sense? With 1.9, I'd probably divide it again. And how are we at 7 million? Hold on, let's go back and look at this block up. Okay. I would say, what's this one? Yeah, here's your block up. I would say that you have twice as much geometry as you need in this block up. That's another reason you're having issues is that you don't quite have your subdivision. Like, let me see, what can we get rid of and not change the silhouette? Like that little nib right there, I would never have put that there. You don't need it. Sculpt. Do not do, right? Do not right? Edge loop complete. Get rid of this little dingle dong. Hold on. We need to get rid of the dingle dong before. There we go. Now I can delete that, and it's no big deal. Oh, that slide. I'm like, why is that not deleting? Right? I think I would stick with that block up. And then you can divide. And then you can just grab this and just move the edge to your silhouette, right? You don't need to get that much geometry into your block up. So that's one thing. Because you have a lot of geometry here and then less geometry out here. So you have quite a bit of difference in geometry as you're traveling along your smooth surface. Was that the one I did? Let's undo that. I like how I duplicated it and went to the wrong one. So, high-res. Nope. Did I just? I did. I screwed us. Sorry. Let's go back here. Oh, no. No, I didn't. That was, I see what you're doing. Okay. All right. So one, you were sculpting too low. Two, all of your geometry is in the middle here. And, you know, you have slightly different geometric counts from here to here. So that can cause things. But I think a lot of it was your brush is too strong and you didn't have enough geometry. And so now we'll kind of do this. And once again, I'm not going to be super careful here, but yeah. Because even tikis, their teeth are inside their mouth, not on top of it. So, boom. W. Get those teeth inside the lips. And just make sure those teeth are going behind the lips. And, you know, you can get them round and puffy if you like, but understand what they're doing before you get them puffy, right? See these. And if you're thinking about your form, get your base shape right. You know, you can still create that pillowy effect if you want. You see how even this is above that? I think your cheeks are too low. I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about the relief, you know, the guy, the face that I did. Kind of think of what's going on, right? Once again, this was a three-dimensional object that you were thinking about two-dimensionally, right? And so now the ears aren't flat, right? That ear has the capacity to have a little depth there, and it will sit behind the cheek. Right. Mm-hmm. And now your teeth can kind of have like a little angle to them, and they can tuck up under that cheek. And then that way from the side, once again, you have, I think that needs to go back. Whoa, that's crazy. Oh, paint's on. Wait, what the hell is that? Oops. Backface masking is important sometimes. I wasn't real careful, sorry. But get the eyes behind the cheeks, get the cheeks out in front. Think of it a little bit more dimensionally. I know I flattened out all my edges, sorry, but that's probably not what we wanted to do, but does that make sense? What brush do I use to smooth? Smooth. Well, a way to, like, this is like getting the inside, like, let's say you have this as a plane. Right, if you're trying to get things sharp, there are a couple tools that are pretty useful. Now, it's going to leave you with a crap surface, but it'll get the plane right. As if you take planer and just do it in little strokes, right, and go across the surface, you can see you might hit like a weird angle and you'll get a weird surface. But the nice thing about planer is that it is just that, it is planer. The other kind of cool thing about it is if you hold down Alt, it fills in, right? And you can see how that little crack's filling in. Now, we kind of have a little muffy surface here, but we can just knock some of that off by going in the other direction. SK trim. Get that outside edge a little sharper. Come in and you can just hit this. Lower res. Come on. What are you doing? And at this lower res, you can kind of relax those surfaces. Higher res. And on something like this, I would probably skip, like do it every other. And then you can see we can come in and get SK trim and just get that edge right. And you can see how you can get in, come the other direction. Oops. Get it in. And it's just kind of hopping back between your surfaces, right? Then down here, planar works really well because you just pick the angle that you're going in at, right? And it will cut it. And then that way you know. See, like, this is where planar flattened line works sometimes. You come here, go there, and it's setting the angle for that. You have to make sure to get the right angle, but often that can help as well, right? And you're going to have to come back in and futz with it, but it puts everything on a plane, right? And just come in and kind of knock some of this stuff off. Knock some of this off. So if you're getting super lumpy surfaces, you can see how my clay tubes is not removing much material at all here. And as we come up in resolution, it really allows me to use my brush. Right, you can see how it's not super aggressive on the surface. So it's not taking a whole lot off. So in turn, it's being a little bit more accurate, right? And you can see it too. It really allows me to use the brush to really come in and sort those surfaces out by not being super aggressive, right? So when you have enough resolution that you can actually use your clay tubes brush, you can see that it actually can smooth, not necessarily just mangle and destroy. And then, once again, when you start to get some lumps, I'm just going to come in and make sure that edge is sharp, right? SK trim, give myself a sharp edge. SK trim, give myself a sharp edge. Lower res, lower res, lower res. Supposed to be using shift, cap locks off, and I can smooth that down and then come back up to higher res. Come on. Wow, we're being pokey all of a sudden. And it allows you to just kind of creep up on the surface smoothness, right? SK slash, big and soft, gives you sort of nice cuts, right? And then you can come in with SK trim polish and knock that little lip off, and it's a way to get some nice surfaces with some surface separation. And then when you kind of get everyone in shape, I'm not going to sit here and futz with this too much. I'm going to come in with a nice light pinch, and I'm just going to kind of creep up on that surface. Right? And if you're not using pinch super strong, you can kind of see how I'm kind of straighten that edge by pinching down towards it and then pinching up towards it. There you go. Does that make sense? But yeah, once you have these planes determined, whoa, that's pinch. That's not what I want. I want SK trim. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to get, that's the plane I want. And I know it's not actually heading directly towards the corner. I'm going to just kind of show you here. And then this is the plane I want. See, this is where the planer tool can be really helpful. Get it small. Come in off that plane and cut it in. Come in off this plane and cut it in. Oh, I guess I really went off there. Sorry. Come on. Wow, why are you thinking so hard? Sometimes it really starts to lag out. Why are you thinking so hard? Oh, it's OBS. Interesting. OBS boosts in CPU. And it starts to lag. Bizarro. I wonder if there's like a cache or something that makes it slower as we move, as we go along. I don't know crap about streaming, so sorry guys. That might be an easy fix, I just don't know it. So we're going to take that, I'm going to take that. Planer. Then planer. And so you can see I'm on this surface. Whatever the surface you cut in last, hold down Alt and it'll fill in to that edge, right? So that's how you get nice sharp corners. Well, center of the part, nope, turn symmetry off, center of the part, center of the world. Turn symmetry off, center of the part. Oh, I divided this up to 30 million polys. That might be why it's lagging too. Center of the world. So now they're symmetrical. Is that what? Did that answer the question? I know it's a 30-second lag. I got it. Boom, 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 boom. That's why I'm always like, you get it? Does that make sense? Because I sit there and it's just like, then I get banana. Oh my God, is the lag really this long? Yeah. So let's take this, bring it over here. Turn this back on if you want or not. Turn symmetry on, X. See this local symmetry? Boop. And now tap the surface, and now whatever subtool you're touching, it'll go symmetrical. I mean, you're saying it's not symmetrical on the Z-axis? Do you want this to be symmetrical? Well, then just make it Z symmetry local. And now just figure out where you're not symmetrical by defining your lip. Figure out where we are. We want this to be a little higher. And you can see that you're not symmetrical. If you spent all this time and you like the front side, let's say, so X and Z. So now it's X and Z symmetry. So it's going to be the same on both sides, Is that what you're trying to do? So that's, you can choose, two axes for symmetry at once. And then whatever you're doing here, you're going to get done here. Yeah? Yeah. Right, though? Do you have any questions about that or anything? I mean, anything you're doing there? Boop. So we're about 16 to 20 second lag. So you should tell me if you have any other questions. Is it yes, you have more questions? Okay. I feel like an idiot. I was like, So if you can, please respond yes or no to me. Only so I don't sit here waiting. That's why I'm always asking, do you get it? Do you know? Because I'm not looking at what my lag is. So I'm often just like, I don't even, Okay. Well, no, you tell me, Sarah. Can you go next? Yes, you can go next. Boop. Okay, I flattened your ears out. Get over it. I'll go back and fix the ears after everyone's done. Okay. Nice silhouette. Very good, very good. Let's lower your resolution. Looks nice. Hey, good night. Well, once again, you can see the issue is that's a star point. If you really want this lip to be very clean, when you block it up, you just need to block something across there. So you can see this inset, right? There's a star point. So you were having the exact same issue as I can't remember who. It wasn't Giorgio. Was it Kurt? Can't remember. Sorry, guys. I can't remember my own name, let alone yours. I know. Don't expect miracles from me, man. Right. And so this is where, yeah. And it's because you guys are extruding to this end here. Obviously, I mean, this is a perfectly nice model, and the geometry, because you have enough of it, you're not really getting a pinch in the final model. I mean, you use that pinch to your advantage by, see the star points right in the middle of that crease. So, you're kind of using that to your advantage. But, let me see how I can duplicate. No, Z modeler. And now let's delete. See, in that, no, that is just one big surface, isn't it? Bridge edges. Right, so insert, boop. We left a geometry. No, not delete. How to keep from getting those lips sort of is make sure you have geometry around it to support it. Come on. Why is that not working? Inset. It's locking. It's not working. That's weird. Nothing ever is easy. Here, I'm just going to do this. No. It's, what is, going on there? I don't know. I have some setting that's being weird here. I'm just going to do this. Sorry. Can't deal with it. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, well. So now when we divide it, right, you can see that you're not getting, see the star points there, the star points there. What you've done is you've put distance between the star point and the outside edge, and now you can subdivide that. You won't get massively weird geometry. Does that make sense? Hey, hello from the UK. Because you can see that star point's now back up in here. Right? It's right there. And so back up in here, it becomes much easier to deal with than if it's right here on this lip. So by punching that insert back up, you retain a much more sculptable surface here. Well, you just want to notice where these points are, because anytime you have that intersection with the star points, you're going to get a weird groove because it can't, right? You can see there's nothing here to support that curve this way, so it's going to go in a slash kind of pattern. But back to the model, because see there's a star point right here, but you're not trying to do anything right through it, so it doesn't matter. Star point right here, you know, so you just have to, right, they actually accentuate these curves here as long as you're going with that curve. The second you're not going with that curve, you now have a nightmare model, and it's going to choke out. You're going to cry. I would say this is a little lump-a-dumpy. Right? Remember that these are cones. Right? Make sense? It's nice and flattened for presentation. I would say that this probably, because you have a space there, make sure there is a space there. Right? It looks, if it's so close, it looks unintentional. And so just give it a little bit more room, and I would return it so it's right. So just figure out what your visual returns and all of that are. So, you know, that probably could, come on. Just move up a touch, point just a little bit farther up. I live by the ocean too long. I keep hearing seagulls in my head. Yeah, no. Other than that, I think that's the only issue. Like, you could actually have, like, if that's too tall, kind of have it return to this line. Right? So that then... Or you can have it return along the pestle line. Come on, you. And this is where your silhouette can really help. Oh, this might be a huge tool. Because I think Brian's model's like 1 gigabyte. It's huge. Oh, scheisse. You didn't like that at all. All right, let's... Sarah, what did I tell you? If you lose connection, it's because the computer's trying to not choke out on something. So don't stress about it. Right? We lose connection all the time. Don't freak out about it. We're all good. All right. I love how Brian's model is like literally 10 times bigger than anyone else's. His model is like a full gigabyte. So this is where your silhouette can help, right? Yeah, I actually don't like it out there. Yeah, I think actually just kind of mirroring this curve, right? That's not bad. It's a little too much. Punch it back in just a hair. It's not bad. Right, because now that's actually kind of coming. Right? So I think that might be it. You might want to tip that little... Just get that little contrapposto set up a little bit. Right, just look at your silhouette and see how it plays out. That's why this is super useful. You can really look at how it views from different angles and how it tracks. Nope, looks great. Your surface tensions are good. Like I said, the only thing, that ridge was a little clunky, but that's in the back, so it doesn't really matter. All in all, I think it looks a damn good. No, I mean, honestly, don't worry about the block up. Look, you had plenty of geometry and it's nice. This trench wasn't bothering you. So the block up was perfect if it didn't get in your way, right? Don't get caught up in trying to make, amazing block ups or something. You know what the best block up in the world is? The one that works. The one that you don't have to go back and do anything to, right? Righto. Okay, so let's go here. Boop. That was there. Look at that. We're more than halfway done. I mean, some of these we went off on, obviously, and dealt with, bigger topics, but that's okay. So if you want, wait, you can look at my texture. Which one? Texture. Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with it. I think that I don't think that lilies are really that veiny. And you used a cut-in tool here. And this edge doesn't make any sense. There we go. Like down here, I don't mind it. It's funny though, that it does show us that there's a big old lump right here. See, those little linear textures will get you. But honestly, I don't hate it. Yeah, get rid of that lump. It's funny how you put lines on a surface and you can see lumps really quickly. But once again, if you're going to use it, you use this texture, if I'm not mistaken, right? You use that alpha. That's what it looks like. And you're rolling all these edges and you're starting to lose those edges. That's where standard and then freehand alpha, and that should take those over the edge, right? Yeah. We're going to do it. Make sure, I know this is a little smaller than what you were using, but and do you notice the difference? I'm using this as a additive, right? So this is sitting on top of the form that I made. You use this as a negative. So you cut it into the shape. So what you've done is you turn this into kind of a wrinkly old man, as opposed to a clean surface with texture on it. Does that make sense? And there are the plants where these are kind of big weird grooves, right, where they literally get saggy. And if this were sitting out in the sun for a long time, it will kind of do something like this. But that's when it gets all sagalicious. Well, see, that edge is still going to shine if you're doing a quick additive. It just, honestly, it makes it look like you polished off the detail on the edge, right? So just continue it out a little just so it still has the implication. If you notice, by doing a light additive, I'm not changing that surface so it reflects as that surface. Where if you're doing big negatives, we've broken edge continuity and it will no longer reflect as a solid surface. Right? Remember the whole thing about continuity with lines versus yeah, and also it's okay. But like with direction, you can really push some of that, you know, that texture story. Don't get lost. I know I'm just doing this so you can see the pattern. Right. Remember where your texture's originating from. Does that make sense? So if you're going to do it, make sure that you're coming from a tight center and you're kind of following the structure of the leaf. You did pretty good. You got a little flat over here, but righto. Oh, I crashed. I'm like, why in the shit is my smooth not working? Okay. And if you are going to do texture, actually get reference, right? Because this pestle actually isn't thin and linear. It sort of has these blocks, right? So if you're going to get into getting your texture right, make sure your texture's right. Because anyone who knows anything about flowers, it'll make them absolutely crazy. If Eric's still here, ask him if someone's doing something and they put the wrong leg on a creature, they put a beetle leg on a spider, or they add a joint into the leg of something, right? So if you're going to use referencing, make sure you try to can you use recall in that case? What do you mean recall? What recall are you talking about? To get back to what? What are you trying to get back to the recall? What do you mean you can't see anything? Do I see anything? Yeah. See, I'm right here. I see stuff. Okay, well, whether you see anything or not, what are you trying to go back and recall? All right, you're killing me. Come on. What are you trying to recall? You know what? To be deadly honest, I wouldn't even worry about it, because if you want someplace to shine more, you're just going to polish it off. I mean, um, you know, don't don't think too much about things, right? I mean, have intention, have, but on something like this, you're saying, oh, you're coming back and you want this surface to shine a little more. Well, you're going to take a silicone burr to this and you're just going to go brump, and it's going to be shinier, right? That's the thing. We're not working with computers, right? In the sense of, at the end of the day, it's going to be what that model turns out to be. And I assure you that you're going to wind up losing more detail than you want. Always. Because unless you have a shop that's really tuned to your finishing, they're going to polish the living hajibas out of every bright surface. So I tend not to give them less to work with. I tend to give them more to work with. And then that way, at least hopefully something will survive through the polishing process. But yeah, I like on something like this, this stuff is going to get polished off. You're going to lose some of it in print. You're going to lose some of it to investment. No, you're fine. Don't stress about it. Now, I mean, if you're trying to do something where you want a very clear, I mean, like, there'd be no reason to use history to just get this off. I mean, just smooth it off. I mean, doom, smooth it off. Now, hold on, let's go back here. Boom, boom, boom. Did I touch it? Yeah. Come on, you pokey bastard. What the hell? All right. So if you're here and you want to use this, like let's say you like your lines, right? But you want this other like leafy pattern on it, right? You can control hit. There we go. Come back out to here. But for something this subtle, no, there's no reason in the world to go through this. But I'll show you where and kind of how you would use it. Of course, you'll be able to see the YouTube video after. Right, the only time you really... Let me take something dramatic here. Right, and we're going to make this look like a two-tiered leaf, right? You can go to auto history or history recall. I had auto in there. And then you can come back in and really define a nice edge like that, right? But you can see that's a dramatic gesture. That's not just, I mean, here, like going all the way back, finding a history point just to do this, right? That doesn't make much sense. Does that make sense? Or were you worrying about your video settings? I didn't mean that to sound snarky. I meant, you know what I meant. No. I get it. It's fine. That's why I'm sitting here trying to work with you with it. Don't stress. You know, if you're trying to get like a distinctive layer or something, yes. But look, this is up here. That's the difference, right? Between those two steps. Watch, Smooth fixed it just like that. So it's not something that's a big deal. No drama. All right, so did you all decide who's next? Or did you have another question, Sarah? Are you done? Are we sorted with you? Did I already mark you out? Oh, look at me, I did. All right, Marina, and then, no problem. Marina, then Sid, then Mikis. All right, so Marina, there you are. Boop. Now let us go over here and mark you off. Boop. Come back. Alrighty. Quite entertaining. Okay. First thing, just on a pendant, right? Try to keep pendants from being totally flat. I know that tons of pendants are totally flat, but if you make it where this back edge, or the front edge as it may be, curls up a little, right? You got to think about the geometry of what's going on here, right? So if you have this hanging point right here, this is heavier in the front, so it's going to rock back. What changes this from flat to being a point, which will jam you in the chest, and it sucks. So try to keep your edges up and away from the body. Even as simple as taking this and just having it not be straight. Just give these things slight radiuses and they wear 1,000 times better. All right, so now let's get to the meat of the issue here. All right, so once again, I want you to kind of think about this as in layers as opposed to this being a scoop. Because the Christmas tree, well here, let's just get duplicate, and let's do this. I'm not going to go through and trace each of the petals or splines or whatever the hell you call a pine tree's little needle things. All right, so now that little star is going to stay up there. I hate when I crash, I forget that I need to reset some stuff. All right, let's to try to keep the planes relative. And then, you know, you have dimensionality, so try to keep things that are, you know, a direction or have directionality with that directionality, right? And then, once again, if things are in front of things, make sure they are in front of them. We'll kick this back, we'll kick that back. You know, that can be a scoop. It doesn't have to be flat, but just make sure that they make sense with one another. Let's So instead of all the intersections sort of viewing up, have them have the dimensionality of whatever it's intersecting with. All right. And this is going to be a little lumpy, but that's okay. Excuse me. So I don't mind that this surface is a scoop, right? In fact, that's kind of nice. But we don't want everything to come up to our edges, because that makes it look like, that's what I consider low geo bridging, right? It's like you don't have enough geometry to get it there, so it creeps through the area. Now, the other thing is, let's just look at the difference between these two real quick. Obviously, these are not the proper shape, but this is reflecting out and round. It looks like these crystals are coming out from under it and towards us. And let's just see how that's a scoop. Look from the sides, it's a little edgy, right? So let's look at this from here, and then look at this one from here, right? So that's going to have a much more of a Christmas tree mood all the way around it, right? And because, hold on, let's, and this is where, sort of with the lobster and everything else we were talking about today, make sure that these come all the way around and kind of back, so they're not, you're not seeing these big flat edges. What you're seeing is a really dimensional tree, right? So now it's going full round, right? Now the star's okay because it really needs to stand out, but you know, some of these, don't waste your dimensionality. You can do some yeah, throat's getting scratchy. I'm dying over here. And really important, kind of get, you know, those edges out. Okay, so now let's look at this once again. We got this here, slight angle. And now, crimey. Let's do this one quick. And if, whoa, that's not the button I wanted. If this didn't have any lumps in it, it'll really read like a plane. You know what I mean? Oh. And actually, let's do this. Append. I'm going to show you a way to get that to be a nice surface. Let's divide this up. Delete lower. Turn on transparency. Bend. Flatten it out, pull it up. Project all. You need to give someone moderation. Like, I don't mind if my people kind of watch and they're quiet, but yeah, wankers doing wankery things can go away without a doubt. I have to figure out how to give someone else moderation tools so they can just kill that before it becomes an issue. Actually, this is going to be one of the few times that I am going to crank this up because I don't want to sit around and wait. Project all. Let's. Dum, 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 dum. I think that was the same person as last week, wasn't it? There we go. See all this crap over here? This is what happens when you make your projection too big, but I'm being lazy. So if you start out and you get that background to be one plane, actually this is a very good example. So for all of you who ask, why don't you just crank up the surface? Here's why. Look at this. Just where there was that little dent, it started to stretch and hunt for other surfaces. So that's why you don't just crank it up, because it creates garbage. But I think this will show both things. Right? If that's one clean reflective surface, it will reflect as such, right? And so when you come back up, that is not smooth. Does that make sense as far as the background goes? Right, that's lumpy and it kind of is attached to here, where if we come out and we really punch this, and you can, obviously play with the steps of your leaves a little bit more, where there's a progression or a step down towards this, where like that one's in front. And then this one steps down. Turn symmetry back on just so we kind of have the idea, right? And then this one steps down. And then this one is kind of in front. You can play with your dimensionality of your leaves and where you want them. But I think that having that as a nice, clean, reflective plane is going to make that read better. Right? And I think, I really think that you could punch these layers more, right? Oops, wrong brush. Where that's behind that. Does that make sense? I know that yours wasn't really symmetrical and I'm being cheesy. But cool. All right. So does anyone have any questions about this one? Right. I think get as much dimensionality as you can out of stuff, because you have plenty of depth on this. I mean, that's, pretty thick. So you can really, you can pull this edge down so this becomes a lot more, where this stuff out here is more important than this edge. Does that make sense? See how much more presentational that is than that? And if you're trying to make it where, it's sort of, how would you say it? Like like you're looking through something and going to the back, then yeah, of course you can punch this back. And then make sure that you're bringing this back. Whoa. Way to be melodramatic there, Tomas. And that forced perspective there will really push that. Right, see, now that's sort of something going back and vignetting. Obviously that's, but, right. You mean hatching in the background? That works fine. And that'll make the stars, punch. But I honestly think you're going to get a lot more out of making sure your surface is clean. I mean, right, and now you can come back in and not do that. I'm just going to use cheesy hash marks, but and then you come in. I know your stars aren't symmetrical. And you make sure they're flattish. Those will pop off that background if you did want to hash it. But once again, I don't think it's necessarily, as long as you put a nice curve on that background, then that background becomes very kinetic, right? Righto? Cool. Who's next? Did you all figure it out? Did I mark you off? I did. All right. Who? I think you all thought about it. And I have to wait 20 seconds. All right, Sid, you're next. Where'd you go? Is this one you? Yeah. This one's you. Boop. It's funny you all did that. Did I do that in class or something? How you extrude it there. In my demo, did I extrude to the edge? But you made perfectly, I mean, you know, there's your star point, so it didn't screw you up too bad. All right, let's do our res here. Well, now everyone knows. Don't necessarily do what I say, not what I do. All right, let's. I think that you probably want just a little bit of like return right here just to get this nice shape, you know. Yes, it's lumpy because that edge has that star point, right? And how, like, okay, so let's actually deal with this geometry for a second. Like, you tried to fight that geometry, right, by trying to cover it. And your next star point's right there. I would honestly drag the, just use move and pull this point in so it's sort of doing what you want it to do, right? And have it support you as opposed to fight you. And now when you come back up, you can sculpt on that side of it. So if you do wind up with weird, crappy geometry, try to use it to your advantage, right? See, that's what you'll get for just trying to copy my geometry as opposed to just going in there and doing it. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to put crap geometry in my block ups. So you don't have to do it on your own. When we're doing block ups and stuff, it's a lot easier if you all just start to figure it out as opposed to trying to copy my block up. Like, you know, I understand there are certain tools and stuff, but don't get all excited about how I do stuff. I mean, to the exact square, you know what I mean? Don't try to get the surface in rhythm. Don't try to copy my block up by square. And for this lily, obviously it was pretty easy as far as the one thing. The other thing, this actually you kind of get, let's lower. There's a little bit of cup there. And once again, these just got just a touch flat. Remember that if you have that big lip, there's got to be something supporting it. So almost looks like a poinsettia. So you have a little bit more of a poinsettia thing going on here where there's like the petal coming in. Damn it. Boom, 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 boom. Well, that's all right. That's not quite what I meant. No, you're supposed to be doing things how I do stuff, but my point is don't, unless I say, don't try to copy my block ups and stuff exactly. The whole point is that you learn how to do it, not, right? This isn't like a leaf. This has a lot of scoop in it. Right, that's spiraling down and in. And so that meat is actually coming out from behind that spiral, right? I'm like, why in God's name? It's because I didn't go back up in texture. I'm like, every time I smooth it, it just wipes out everything I just did. Goodness gracious, why could that be? Right, so you see that it's now more of a cup than a point. It's not a leaf, right? It's a moisture trap. I still think that this silhouette is probably a little bit more. I know I say it's a cone, but the cone actually there's like a belly and then it goes up. But all in all, that's good. Your block up's good. You know, you followed it through. I think you just got a little leafy as opposed to cuppy. Yeah. No, that's. I had a big brush and it was sucking up. That's the only reason I did that. Right. I don't know if you saw it, but there was some pull up there because I did a stroke with a brush that didn't have back face masking on, so it pulled that up. That's the only reason I was really futzing with that. My bad brush discipline, not yours. All right. Make sense? Nope, you also have to understand that in a lot of ways you have to learn to see, right? Um, and that's where life sculpting and life drawing classes are really, really good, because what they do is they teach you how to identify, because you have a limited amount of time in a life drawing class or a life sculpting class. So the thing you have to do is you're like, okay, well, that's one shape. That's another shape. That's the other shape. You're like, okay, that's one shape. Shape. Okay, so now we've thought about it in form, right? You know, like you'll see a lot of people in life drawing where they're like, first thing they do is and you can see they're thinking about the form, right? Oh, look, that hip's in the wrong place. So right, and that's why you see people doing that kind of stuff in life drawing, because you have to rationalize what's going on. It's like, oh, it's a cylinder that goes to a cylinder which attaches to a ball, which is then a flat face, right? And you just try to analyze your form, and then you come in and you're like, okay, well, you know. So you have to learn to see. That's part of this whole game. So guys, have you all figured out who's next? I guess Keiko's asking if he can jump in line after David, but I don't know where David is or where that is. So can one of you type me out a little thing showing me who goes next and what? I mean, do you have any? I'm sorry, I wasn't. If you have any questions, please ask. I'm just. Okay, Michaelis is next. And who is that? Which one's Michaelis? Is that this one? Is Michaelis Mike Simmons? Okay, but now you have to actually tell me who you are. Okay. Bayun is Brian with his 300 million poly model. I'm sorry, it's only 92 million poly model. Okay, first thing I'm going to say is as way too much geometry. Just way too much. Because I know that your model doesn't have that much surface detail. There is no reason to have this much geometry. So this is your center. And I know exactly where you got this geometry as you duplicated it. And, okay, so here we go. Right, these are all just duplications of this centerpiece. And this centerpiece is 13 million polys. And for the resolution you have here, you do not need 13 million polys. All right, so let's hide everybody real quick. Right, hold on. So let's deal with our base model here first. Okay. So you have 13 million polys here. And is this mesh, is this texture what you want it to be? Or is this, right, I mean, you have a lot of rough edges and stuff here. Is this what you want it to, is this what you want it to look like? I'm not being a smartass. Oh, it's a 30-second lag. Sorry. Okay. So when I say start sculpting in the 3 or that 1 to 5 million poly range, that's a good place to start. There's no point in the universe because you don't have any surface detail here. There's nothing that requires that kind of geometry. So I'm actually going to delete higher for now because we just don't need it there. And what button is this? Why is it acting so laggy? Because we have look, I just deleted 2 subdivision levels of the model's half the size. Okay, so Brian, this is the second model you've made that makes my machine just lag. It's bizarre. Do you have stuff hidden? strange. Well, I mean, so to be deadly honest, right? So you blocked up Amon, and then you blocked up the sphere, right? So because this form, hold on, let's do this. Duplicate. Remesh. Yeah, delete lower. Turn symmetry off. Wow, I do not know what you're doing where you're getting these models to lag on me so bad. Do you have dynamic subdivision or some goofy shit turned on? Yes, I don't know. We'll figure it out at some point, hopefully. I mean, this is a 750,000 poly model. There's no reason in the world that we're lagging. All right. So I'm just going to do this really quickly. And this is what I mean by kind of wrapping your head around what you need for, whoa, everybody calm down. What you need for block up. So you want something that is triple round, right? It's something that can be, I just wonder, hold on. Right. That's okay. I know what your reference image is. I have an odd feeling. I just need to get a clean mesh here. Okay. So you have a form. Right? Clay 2. Let me flop back here real quick. Right. Oh, damn it. Fine. Let me go back to this model, append, bring my little cylinder back in. Okay, let me. Okay. I'm going to delete this guy. I'm going to use your little guy for photo reference. Right, you went through and blocked up this form. And so there we go. So instead of going all the way through that block up, you knew that you were applying something that you could use radial symmetry with, right? Because it's going to be 3, correct? And now we're going to smooth this in. And so this is what I mean by kind of think about what you're doing with your block up. Don't overthink it, right? We're in a sculpting program. So we're going to wind up sculpting, right? So I'm going to assume, and you know, I might be wrong here, but I'm going to assume that this took less than your block up. No, I got it. I get it. But in this case, there's no reason in the world. Once again, block up is about simplicity, right? So if I have a half dome, right? Well, that's what I need to block up. If I'm only going to have something that is, you know, that there is a good solution to deal with, right? There's no reason in the world to block this up separately, right? Unless this is super filigree and it really needs a lot of attention, right? So let's look at my surface. Let's look at yours, what we got here. Okay. So I'm assuming these are triangular set stones. Don't sculpt your stones in. I mean, you could use them as placeholders or whatever, but we'll get into stones. Don't sculpt them in unless you're really, really, really just using them as placeholders. Like every once in a while, I will do so, but right, so you sort of have this center. Oh, I need to be at a higher res. I'm like, why is this so crap? And that would be because I lowered the res to get rid of those scoops, and then I never came back up. All right. And do you see what I mean? Do you see how I was having problems there? I'd sculpt that edge in and then I'd smooth it and it'd disappear. I forgot that I lowered my resolution. And this is why you need to work at a high enough resolution so when you smooth, you're not actually mangling the base geometry, right? And so you sort of have this form. that. And then these are scoops. Mm-hmm. SK trim. Where is... Oh, interesting. I've lost it. So let's go in here and B. In. All right, fine. P. Oop. We'll just use a polish brush. That's fine. Come in here, just kind of. Right. And then this texture is way too big for the scale, the one you're using. Make sure that it's small enough that it's not too aggressive, right? Because you're really just trying to create a surface that, turn lazy mouse off, that the liver sulfur and or whatever blackening, or if you're going to use, like for gold, your sandblast surface versus high polish. All we're doing is giving this something to where it's breaking up our reflection. It's not really about being a hugely deep pattern, because we sort of lose the surface of our half round at that point. And here we can try to keep it. Okay. So you see here, I've kept this surface, where here your surface is really lost. So you're losing some of that half round. And your edges are really scoopy, right? The edges are broken out. I don't know if that's a texture or not, but let's go back here and look at this, and let's look at this. Right, I feel like a slightly more compact, tight image. And then you, then what you did is, I don't think you did anything, you just copied and pasted that. Oh no, well, congratulations, you did lower it. You done meshed them. In this case, I would suggest decimating it, because you're not going to sculpt on these after the fact, right? So we're going to duplicate. We are going to decimate. You can see I got a little aggressive right there. See how this really reads as a plane? Because of how I went in there, we lost that plane. We got a dark spot there. Kind of sucks, but that's okay. That's okay. And this really is, keep it simple. Sculpt your way out of your issues, right? or sculpt your way into your issues. um, you can do it. Laggy McLaggerson going on here. Come on, you. Fair enough. I feel you on that one, my friend, actually. All right, so now we've knocked this down to 250,000, right? I mean, can you tell the difference? Probably not. And so now, what did you have? You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm going to kind of cheat here and show you. I don't know if you used array or not. Array mesh. Turn array mesh on. We are looking through the y-axis, so I'm going to come down here and go rotate. I want 9. Repeat. I want it to be 360 degrees. Ooh, wrong direction. I always get this wrong. There we go. 360 degrees. 360 degrees. I want a lock position, lock size. Let's turn this on so we can see it. Come on, you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are you doing that? That's really weird. Oh. Because I have turn symmetry off. Get these right here, scale them down. Do I have the wrong amount? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, whatever. Get them there. Move them into position. Da, da, da. Oh, what the hell was that? Right. Ta-da! And my model is only 250,000. Let's merge down. Oh. I didn't undo that. There we go. Oh, crap. Oops. This wasn't set. You have to accept the array, make meshes out of it. So when I imported it, it went back to the center and it kerfuddled it. Make mesh. Oops. And then you have your mesh. Oh, I thought I counted 9. All right, well, whatever. I can't count is really my problem. All right, so um, when you just have way too much geometry in yours, and I want you to really kind of think about it, right? Like, you sit here and you obviously tried to work on this and try to get edges, and wow, I don't know what the hell you did there. Did you import this from a different program? It looks like an OBJ. I do not know what you did to that, but you mangled it. I have no clue. Right. But you see here that this is all different meshes. And I mean, it's a fine block up, right? But I just think that in all reality, you can get away, especially with something like this, where you're only dealing with the base, right? It's a half dome. Take that, 10 minutes and just sculpt it on, as opposed to trying to jimmy jig it and fliggle flag it. And that's remeshed by decimation. Oh, did you like remesh by decimation? Are you sure? That doesn't really make sense as a decimated mesh. Oh my god. It looks too even to be decimated. How did you decimate it to 300 polygons? Did you slide this down to like 300? Is that what you did? Okay, well, if you ever plan to sculpt on the model again, you don't remesh by decimation. You remesh by dynamesh, or you Z-remesh. Remesh by decimation is the last thing you want to do, because it creates unsculptable geometry, as we can see here. Yeah. Because remember how that one star point created all that chaos in the lilies? Well, you have them all over the place. And everywhere you hit the intersection, it's yeah, no. I mean, this is a simple shape. This isn't something that you need to pre-engineer, I mangled this right here. I screwed this up, and let's just go over this one more time just to kind of get the point across. W. I'm going to Z-remesh this whole thing into a sphere. Actually, I'm going to choose a sphere with a flat butt. All right. So now we're going to take this. We are going to make it a flat butt. All right. There we go. And now I'm going to divide this. We're at 2 million polys. Q. I'm going to take clay tubes. I'm going to turn symmetry on. Radial count 3. Which direction are we? No. Turn symmetry off. Center of the world. Frame. Q. Turn symmetry. Nope. Turn symmetry on. 3 count. There we go. Turn that off. had this a little bit more like a paisley shape on the inside. Come back out, get my edge. Lower res. Smooth. High res, smooth. High res, smooth. Now come in and take clay tubes. Right, and then if you want this to be a scoop, you come in and start scooping it. But you notice I'm trying to retain my edges, right? I'm not aggressing that edge dramatically. There you go. I mean, that's just a lot faster than trying to build that base geometry and all of that. So keep it simple. Kind of try to wrap your head around what you need as far as geometry goes, right? This is a big round thing. We want a big, nice, even geometry, right? So, boop, there we go. And I'm only at 2.29 million, right? So, does that help at all? Does that make any sense? I have to wait 30 seconds, so I'll just fiddle faddle for a second. Brian. And you know, you had way too much geometry. And you know, just kind of think about it. You know, try to start sculpting in that 1 to 5 million poly range. And for something like this, you will never need 100 million polys unless you're trying to do something that has, you know, really and now I want to sculpt, you know, little people. I want to sculpt little people doing stuff in here, right? Well, then I need geometry, right? Because you could see we don't have enough geometry to make those little people. But to make a big shape, you're fine. You don't need... Does that make sense? Well, I mean, the pendant's fine. It's a nice form pendant. I like the, the shape is fine. I don't particularly like the stones pointing in different directions because it breaks up the flow of travel, right? Because once again, we're kind of pointing, right? Because what is the story we're telling? It's kind of like, okay, that's going that way, and then, but these are going that direction. This is traveling that direction, right? There, by switching them up, you're breaking the flow of that part, and that's where either, the frame's good, the bezel looks good. I don't know the form. Yeah, we're lagging shit out of things. But if we come down here, and let's look at flow again. Right, you got to think about directionality, right? So if we have stones going this way, and you're going to use, pairs, or let me kick this up some. Think about the rhythm. Okay, what's happening? This is going this way. Well, that's okay. Kind of going in the direction. So let's actually put a center line here. Right? So you have one stone. So now, I think if you were going to break that up, you might do it sort of like a feather maybe, where you're doing something in that vein, where these are now traveling in that direction, right? You may be able to get away with that kind of repetition. But I think in this case, I don't know if teardrops all the way going. If you had one big stone, and yeah, I know we just quintupled the price of the piece. And then maybe had baguettes. Maybe instead of tears, you go into kites. Maybe kites and tears. I actually kind of like the baguettes, honestly. I gave you an entire folder of stone shapes. Light box, tools, jewelry tools, gem stuff, and multiple shape stones. Boop. Come on. And here you go. Here's all kinds of stone shapes. Trillion, baguette, cushion, oval. Right, so you have a bunch of stone shapes over here in your toolbox. Nope, still haven't disabled. Sorry. You know, the problem is that I go home and I assume I have to do it on the. You know what? When I'm done with this, all I want to do is eat, get in the hot tub, and take a nap. So, yeah, no, I feel you. So you have plenty of stone shapes up here, so don't stress about that. All right, let's delete all. We don't need this crap here. What's that? We don't need that. Don't need that. Hold on. That's Lee calling. Hello? What's up? None whatsoever. It's probably going to be another couple hours. Mm-hmm. Well, it's 4:19. I mean, we only have a few more parts left, I think. One sec, let me check here. 1, 2, 3. We actually only have 4 more parts to go. So yeah, well, yeah, I'll probably be home by then. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Right on. Bye. um, sorry, that's all right. So did that? I mean, you know, I think let's delete all that. I think your form's fine. You know, I think the shape of the pendant's fine. I think you just lost a little bit of control with your geometry, and then just kind of reevaluating. And to be fair, I told you all to use your base block up, so you did it in the right process. I just think that you can, like I said, when I say keep it simple, I mean really keep it simple. Just get the geometry where you need it and go. All right, so we have oh, okay, Jeff. Where did they? Okay, so up next is Mike, Anne-Marie, Sherry, David, and then I guess Jeff. Mike Simmons. Okay. Yep, hold on. Let me cross this one out. Okay. Mike Simmons. Ta-da, da, 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 da. Nice. Once again, if you're going to put detail on the pestle, make sure you're putting the right detail on. I could be saying this. Let me double check this. You all might be doing it, and I'm just a ding dong. Oh wow, there goes my stomach. No, it's a different creature. Lily. No, not pistol, damn it. Oh no, you're close. Good. Ignore me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Why, for some reason, did I think that it had a clunkier pestle? Ignore everything I said. I'm a jackass. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Doo-doo! Your pistol looks great. Okay. I would say get the angle of the pistol a little right, or a little right. think about it, because right now what you have is going like this. It's just a simple, oh, goddamn, what did I touch? Escape. I don't know what I touched. Whatever I touched, we didn't want that to happen, I'm pretty sure. Come on. I changed something. What did I change? Who knows? All right. Right, so it looks like it's coming out of the plant. Your form looks good. Your weights look good. That is a wee bit more of a spiral. Right, because it's actually going behind that. What brush do I have? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. There we go. Right. Once again, got a little lump in here. It's funny, that seems to be a pretty common place for a lump. Just think these are a little less leafy and a little more cuppy. All in all, see, I think this dent right here is a little bit more of this kind of thing happening, right? Where it's a change in the shape, not necessarily just the silhouette. And I was being very melodramatic there, but because that probably isn't right. This is a moment of tension in here, so you got to figure out why it has that silhouette, what's happening there. And so that's where another piece of reference information could be helpful, because if we look, I better look, I might just be a raging jackass on all fronts here. Oops. You see you're getting a bend right there, but it's not a notch. In that visual notch, see, that's the outside edge. Like, that visual notch is probably because the surface is bending somewhere. You see what I mean? Like that. It's not that there's a notch in it. It's that there's a bend and something's happening. Does that make sense? Right? So not when you're doing the block up, you need to kind of wrap your head around what's actually going. Oh, clip rectangles. What happened there? That's supposed to be move. Where's my move brush? Move. Why aren't you replacing that? So, clip rectangle. See, when you tap things, sometimes they change. It's really infuriating. Here, I forgot. I have my preferences. Config. Restore custom UI. All right, you bastard. You don't get away with that. So when you're looking at one direction, right, and you get like something that's that clear of a notch, you got to think about what's happening this way, right? So it's, let's go back. Chances are it's not just a notch, right? It's a change in direction, or a pretty dramatic change in direction. Move. So we have this is coming out, right? It's not a lip, that's a plane, right? Because it's funneling in there, right? That's directly becoming this guy. And I'm just using this tool to kind of show you. I do not suggest making it as such. So what do we know? We know that that should be coming out with tension, right? Because there's a lot of support right there. So how is that happening? Well, that's probably coming out. And let's just move this back to camera. And it's probably something in that vein. Right, so the notch isn't a notch, it's a change of direction here. So we need to understand why that's happening if it's going to be there, right? So now that changes the surface dramatically. Does that make sense? And honestly, this is probably coming up in here. For it to be a transition that far out, right? If that makes sense. Yeah? So when you're using photo reference, just make sure you're thinking about why things are happening, not just replicating it. You have to understand what's happening. And so unless someone, like this one, there was that one image, it had a notch there. Okay, that's a notch, But when you see things like this, very rarely is it just something that simple. It's usually a plane changing, and that's what you have to watch for. Otherwise, looks great. I mean, your form's there, your supports are there. Yeah. 150, 148, perfect. No, looking great. Have any questions? Sorry, on a lot of these, I mean, we've already discussed surface tension 100 times on the lilies. So, I mean, your tensions are good. Your block up's good. All right. If you have any questions, yell at me. So I have 2 more up here, but we have a bunch more. So some people uploaded their stuff later. So let's see what we have here. Refresh. Did we do Jeff? Somebody uploaded a project. Sherry, what did you do? You uploaded a project. No uploading projects. Oh. See, this is why I don't want you to upload projects, because you see what happened? You just took over my entire computer. You changed my environment, and you wiped out all the ZPRs that we were trying to upload. So don't upload projects. ZTLs, not ZPRs. Let me go back to quick saves and try to get back to where we were. No projects. Crap. See, you completely took over my environment. Killing me over here. All right. See, what happens when you turn things in late is that now I don't know what we've done and what we haven't done. You're all killing me. You're killing me over here. Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to get back to you. That's just too much information right this second. Did we upload this one? Nope. And then we got... Alright, Sherry uploaded the wrong thing. Nate has a bunch of STLs and OBJs. Alright, so that means I have to come over here. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. Import. Desktop. Crit stuff. Lodge. Import. OBJ. Duplicate. Import. One. No, that's just parts. Okay, so that got. I'm assuming that this is all the STLs are just all the parts, so we're going to look at this. All right, and now we're just waiting on Sherry. Y'all screwed up my list down here, so I have no idea where we are anymore. All right, who's next? Wait, we had the list. But you all have been talking so much I can't see my damn list. Where's my list? We did Mike. So Anne Marie's up next. Is that true? Is that what I'm hearing? Anne Marie. All right. I'm sure you will catch up with us in a moment. Is keeping track? Okay, so I'm assuming Anne-Marie is next, right? Isn't that what I saw? Yes, Anne-Marie. All right, Anne-Marie. I know that we have different iterations of this. I mean, you know, the form looks nice. Thing about a pendant is, how are we going to connect this? How is it? So is it going to have a background that keeps all of this together? Are you going to try to keep it hollow and then in turn, you know, bring these things down to touch? Wrap your head around how you're going to keep it as a pendant. Okay, guys, don't turn this too much into a chat session because I don't want to have to hunt for relevant comments or not. Okay. So once again, we have just some... it doesn't matter because really all we need to do is talk about one. So the only real issue I see here, you know, this actually is a nice form. Once again, you're still thinking of this pretty flat. Hold on, let's do this so I can use symmetry. And I don't think, ooh, that was really crappy on my part. Do you have a flat back? Tell me you have a flat back here somewhere. Well, this isn't symmetrical, so that's not going to help much. All right, let's just undo all that crap. I was trying to come up with quick ways of dealing with shit, and that ain't it. All right. So we have our little groover here. Number one issue I see is this face right here. No, it's no big deal. Just, it's hard to keep track of people. With the 30-second lag, it's hard to keep track of people are, you know, keeping track. So I just need it to be a little more cohesive there. And I know you all were waiting for me, so it's not a big deal. It's just, I didn't know what the hell was going on. Even if, sorry. even if that thickness is part of the graphic, get your planes in the right place because it's a better dimensional tool, right? And so now you can have that edge, or you can have that graphic, that thickness, right? But it's following a dimensional, right? The surface is actually going behind the next surface, and it's not returning to the same level, right? And so that gives us a nice reflective transition that works well. And then if these are going to be under, make sure they are under. Oops. Sloppy hand. Right, because it looks flat, but as it reflects, it's going to give you a different plane. So that's what's kind of important. We're just going to use planar flatten here real quick to be. To kind of give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Some of this would be resolved in cleanup, but all right. And once again, if it's going under, make sure it does go under something. Right, and so when we get to something reflective, come on. See how that bleeds out? But that, and once again, see how this is a different color than that, and that's a different color than that. So as this moves, as long as these are on planes that are actually stepping behind one another, you're going to get that. Right, you see what I mean? That's what we're looking for. Where these, where these reflect at different angles. And this is all reflecting off the same angle because it's off that flat. So just remember, the dimensionality of your steps are very important. You know what? Learn to use clay tubes. Really get used to clay tubes. And as we're going through, like you've just learned that using planers give you these nice planar steps, right? We'll go over brushes obviously as we go on. Of course we will. But 99.9% of everything I do is in clay tubes because it allows me to keep track of my layers. Okay. Just stop trying to be clever. Right? So now, once again here, I think you could get away with just putting one little surface in here. One sec. I think, give me 1 second. I think that's the woman who actually manages this place. I have yet to talk to her. I want to make sure.
Are you Thomas?
Yes.
Yes, because I was just in my office and I'm like, oh my god, I need to call.
So
I can't believe no.
I'm just thinking my area.
Your chair.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Good.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That's the woman who runs this place, and I've never met her, and I'm leaving like my $1,000 chair here, and I just wanted her to know that I was doing so. Sorry about that. All right. How do you work symmetry on this wedge? Well, you have to get it, like right now it's at an angle, right? So if you're working symmetry on the wedge, you really need it to be lined up with the world, right? And so how I would do that is I would take my groovy little lazy Nazumi here. Control 1, boop, boop. I would get my little line tool, turn it on, tap here, so that's the point that you're, come on you bastard, rotate it, try to get it in line. We're pretty close. Let's use, this is our center point, tap there, hold down control, get it in line, and I'm just going to draw a quickie line, right, to give you an idea. Now we go, turn that off, get our gizmo on, get gizmo out here, rotate it around, get it kind of lined up on our line, just make sure we are lined up at the right angle, decide our pivot point, hit boop, and now you're in line with the world. You can see your part's a little non-symmetrical. Duplicate. You can lower your res. Oh, I hit it. Is that your base geometry? That's a lot of geometry for this. You don't nearly need that much. Once again, I mean, you're over 1,000. You want this to be under 700. You could have done this in probably 50 to 100 polygons. And now you can like mirror and weld. No. Delete higher. Mirror and weld. And it'll, oh no, we have lower res. Okay. There you go. Sorry. I would find my center line and make it center. Mirror and weld and go. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, of course you should have. So here, just real quick. Delete higher. Control, give me a block, split masked. Turn on transparency. Uh-oh, that wasn't in line. Actually, I might leave it like that. Polycube. Let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of these, but I'm going to leave it like this. Squish this down because you have that little notch there, so it's that's fine. W perspective turned on. Don't use perspective. Z modeler. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Infinite XYZ. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. And even this is too many polys, but I am going to just deal with it for right now. Turn symmetry on. would be X, right? We're not in the center of the world, but you can turn local symmetry on. Normally, if you start at this, you would be in the center of the world, so you wouldn't have that problem. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. And now when you the model, you're blocking up in symmetry. Woo, woo, woo. Right? And then as you're coming up, just hold down control. Try to get them even. Boom, boom. Ooh, close enough spit on, and now we're going to do the same. Ooh. Alt. Hold Q mesh down, hit control. Right. Oops. And if you actually get these kind of, there we go. Boop. Right. Okay, hold on. So now where are we? Anne Marie and honestly, I just start at wherever the center point is and just go. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I just find like, obviously I'm going to start here because these planes mirror up, so it's easy for me to take, let's say, hide this. I want this. No, I want this. Hide that. If this is fanning out, right, and let's say there's another, hold on, lower res, delete higher, and there's another, there's another surface, control, drag out, another surface, control, drag out. Right, and so now that fan will be relative. To copy what pattern? You mean the background? The image? Yeah, keep it as simple as you possibly can. Is this what you're saying? Is this what you mean by copy the pattern, what I'm doing right now? Oh my God, that lag is so damn annoying. You mean for the outside circle? No. I tend to work within my same subtool as I'm going along, so I'm going to go turn symmetry off, go to the center, control drag. This has, that's lower subdivision levels, delete higher. Hold down control drag. I'm now going to, we're nowhere near home. Let me delete this split masked. Thing is, you want to work from home, okay? So as you start, you want to work from home, and I'll show you why. Actually, we could do it this way anyway. So go back to here. I'm just going to confuse you. Go to home. Delete mask. Split mask points. So normally, always work from home, right? And that way I can drag this off. I can go home, so I know I'm back into the center of my thing. I'll come here, go to cylinder, W. I'm going to drag this out to where it's past that. Come back to cylinder, give myself a little more geometry, drag this out. Boop. And obviously this is on a slightly different angle. But if you were working from home, these circles would be drawn on this angle anyway, so you wouldn't have that issue, right? Because actually we're back down here. And so I put us a little off center. So the center of your guy's actually up here, isn't it? Somewhere in there. So, boop, boop. Is that what you mean by making a circle? All right, so let's go back to what you got. All right, here you are. This is what you have. You're here. What is it that you're not understanding how to do? In your example, you blocked a wedge, divided it, and then copied it around. So are you asking? So what I did, let's duplicate this, delete high, actually, delete, okay, high res, duplicate, I'm just going to lower the res one, delete higher, delete lower. So you're saying W. Go home. So you're saying when I did this, when I went boom, home, rotate, is that the part you're talking about? No. I just copy my tools here. I mean, like I do split masked all the time, so I do this, get everything in position, then split masked, and then I'm working on the one subtool. So no, it by no means has to have one subtool. Is that answering? Is that the what I just did? Is that what you were asking? I'm sorry, I'm still confused as to kind of what we're asking. Yeah, you very likely just split um, masks, or it could have been any one of those things. I mean, I'm not quite sure how you wound up with two subtools, but you probably split mask or split unmask. Um, because they're not even, you didn't divide to parts or divide to polygroup. So you probably split in one format or another. It's okay. But so you kind of understand how to use symmetry from the beginning there. You understand steps. I mean, this is nice here. This works fine. I might have scoops here just so that's not a flat surface. Yeah. That just makes that a more complex surface, and it gives that a little bit of light travel. Makes it interesting. So once again, try to think of these things as three-dimensional objects, even if they are flat. Yep. It's okay. We all get lost. Don't stress. I get lost every day. Don't I have no damn clue what I'm doing. Just kidding. I have some damn clue. Just some, not much. Right, but do we see this is a nice form because it's half round. It goes all the way to the flat edge, right? So that's good. I like that it comes flat and then sort of starts to bow. That's good. I just think you may want to scoop that. And start in the center. So you're symmetrical if you want to be symmetrical. So do you have any questions about that? Butter popcorn, yummy 8. I sound oddly familiar. Well, I'm odd. Maybe that's familiar. Yeah. All right. What? Cool. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20. About 24 seconds. Ugh. What a pain in the arse that is. Okay. Yep. Yes, you can. So, guys, with a 30-second lag, just ask the questions. Don't ask if you can ask a question, because then it's like 2 minutes before anyone actually asks anything. We have a 30-second lag. So please don't ask if you can ask a question. Of course you can ask a question. Just hit it. Get in there and ask questions. Because I'll tell you what, with 30-second lags, I ask you, you ask me, and then it's like 3 minutes before anything happens. Shit, now I have no idea which ones we've done over here. What are we doing? That's Anne-Marie. So we only have Keiko and Nate here, right? Kiko, Nate, and then these three down here. All right. I don't think I'm as unorganized as I feel like I'm unorganized. So we're okay. We're good. Well, array mesh is a hassle if you think that you're going to sculpt an array. What you have to remember about array mesh is you are always only sculpting on one live object. If you get into higher subdivisions where you are trying to get like 20 in 360, yeah, but sorry. Damn. Getting rough. So here we go. Let's just do it. We have this model. You want it to be in radial and symmetry, right? So come down here, array mesh, lock position, lock size. We're make sure it's rotate. And let's just make this 3. And just rotate. So that's the one we want to do. We want to type in 360. Hold down W. Drag it out. Now this wasn't centered. And now you say you want to work in, so turn on X. So you can work on this model in symmetry while in radial, right? It can take a little lag time because it's processing it and applying it to your other models. But why it's not working is because, no, it's working. It's because I'm sloppy. That's why it's not working. But you can see, unless you have a hell of a processor, working in symmetry at this point is hard at this level. Now, if you lower your resolution level, it's not thinking so hard, and it can obviously work better, right? But is this what you mean by working in radial and array? Is that what you're talking about? I need a damn 25-second timer. That's gonna make me fucking crazy. Crazy. I'm like, because I'm always sounding. Do you get it? You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? You understand? Know what I mean? All right. Timer. 24 seconds. Okay. A 4-pointed star where you want all the points to be symmetrical. All right. W. Cone. Okay, first of all, turn off array. Let's append a star. Cone. I'm gonna grab you. Nope, wrong. I want only one thing here. Boop, there we go. What in the sheeba? Boop. Home. Array mesh, lock position, lock size. Repeat. 4. Enter. Is it Z? Something's masked. What's going on? Oh, it's offset. That's why. Crap. Okay. Rotate. Z. 4. What? Z amount. 360. Repeat. 4. Not 61. What do you mean the intersections? You just have to tailor it to be what you want it to be. Obviously, this is a cone. This isn't a great example here, because I didn't bring these points down. But is this what you're talking about, the intersections? You just have to make sure you start from the center and then pull out. No, not at this point. Let's do 6-point and start. Right? No, the intersection just comes in here, and then when you come out here and make mesh, right, you have your mesh here. It is still, see, auto groups, it's still multiple meshes until you join it. You have to remesh by union or something like that. Is that what you're talking about? It was not being very careful with these. Pain in the butt. And then you'd have to remesh it to make it one. Yes, of course there is. I just showed you that. Array mesh. No. That's what I was. Turn that off. All right, that's going to be close enough to spit on. So the issue is, right, this doesn't have the geometry to be a full star, but I'm just trying to get this across. Divide, 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 divide. mesh lock position, repeat 4, rotate 360. Right, so you're here. Clay tubes, X, symmetry. Right. I gotta hit my 24-second time clock so I don't start going, do you get it? Well, right. So my question is, did that answer the question? Or are you just telling me that this is the intersection, but you don't know? With 30-second lags, let's try to, if it, say yes, that's it, but no, or no, but yes, right? You need to go back by hand once it's a mesh and fix it. What are we fixing? You mean these lines right here? I mean, you can sit here and work on these and get them to be basically gone. It's not an issue. The problem is, I mean, the key, like if you really want clean ones, you can slide it, right? But I mean, with the star, you have edges there, right? I mean, they're going to be there. Otherwise, it's not a star. I mean, you can fill them in and make them, because once I make this a mesh, make mesh. Where is, right, let's use clay buildup, just be a little more aggressive. Whoa, everybody calm down. Maybe a little too aggressive. Okay, it doesn't like that. We're not going to use that one. So make mesh. We got our mesh. And you just smooth them, you know. Well, you get to W remesh by union. Yeah, and then just smooth. Now, if you need it to be, more accurate, you just X and Z. No, it's X and Y. And now you are, quadular again. Now that remesh by union might give you a slightly wonky mesh there for a second. But you got to remember you are one mesh right now, so it's easy enough to come in. No, escape. I don't want to render. Sculptures Pro, skip this until next start. Hold down Shift. And you can come in with, I don't know what my minimum is set on the Sculptures Pro. Right, so you come in, futz with it. This is too high. I don't know what I wound up with. 7 mil or something. And so you're going to have a little glitch there, but I'm not going to worry about that because that's something I'll clean up at the end. Right? Okay, so who's next? Well, Amory, did you have any questions? Sorry, that was totally, we went completely off base there. Okay. So who is next? Start my 20-second clock here. Okay. That was 24 seconds. Someone should have. Okay. I'm like, damn it, don't keep and she resent it, I'm assuming. Okay. All right, so let's just look at you for a second. So, sort of in the same vein as the lobster, you need to kind of wrap your head around these as slightly more three-dimensional objects as opposed, because you have this depth right here, but look at how much depth you have out here. So even if we are working up in the flat, we are making three-dimensional objects. So don't get suckered by the fact that we're doing flat stuff, because flat stuff needs to be dimensional too. And so we're going to go. Because this is at the same height as those, and we don't want that. And so now we're going to turn that off. Grab you. Boop. And that one we might vaguely give a little. Come on. Get it right there. Give it a little angle maybe. And actually, these should be at an angle. because we want those closer to the surface. Trim front. And now those have an angle. These have an angle. And make sure that these are steps, right? Don't get caught in that scoop when you need to get your angle set first, right? And then apply these. You don't want these to be the thing that's taking things back and breaking surfaces. We want surface continuity, right? So each one of these is a reflective surface. So make sure that these surfaces are correct, right? Before you come back and put these on. Right? Does that make sense? Because when you're reflecting, that's a big deal. Now look at, hold on, let's go back here. Control, let's come back to here. Let me history brush this bad boy back to where it was. Right, even if it's just a graphic, you need dimensionality. I can't remember how many there were here. 3 maybe. 2, 1. Like, you know, the torso, and then have the line be a line on the surface, not everything going back to infinity, right? Because we want this surface, because that is the body, to be above the wing. And so I want the back of that surface to be in front of this wing. Right? So you can see here, because of this, you have no depth consistency, right? This is deep, that's deep, that's deep. They don't relate to each other planarly. Where if you have this as a surface that is half round, because this is sort of the torso, right? You have this edge, and you notice it doesn't have to be very big or deep. Now these are things that are sitting on the surface, and this surface is higher than this surface, right? So think of these things as the forms before you start getting super graphic in lines, right? Because the head, see, there's just no depth there, and you have quite a bit of area that you can make dimensional. I don't remember what the graphic was, but right? And so as we go around this, we don't just have a flat plane, we have interacting forms and surfaces. Right? Instead of just leaving it. The feathers are a step because, well, feathers are a step. But the torso is a half round, right? So don't let it just become a big step. You know, have it, and then the graphic is tucked to that line. Then, you know, those become much more interesting forms than this, which is one form. Let's go to metallics. Dun, dun, dun. And you see how now you're generating complex forms, shadows, and depths there, where you lose all depth right here. What's in front, what's in back, what's happening here. So, you know, once again, kind of wrap your head around what's happening. Wrap your head what's happening around the form before right? Because this is actually behind the front of this wing. That's behind it. And that's behind that. Right? That's kind of what's going on with us here. Yeah. I can't say I always make sense, but I'm sensible usually. So just make sure you really get your levels in where they're supposed to be. Don't see you were drawing this on. It was sculptural, but it was still drawn on, right? And so right, you get much more depth. Even if it is a graphic, it should be sculptural. But all in all, I mean, it looks good. You know, at some point, think about the back, but that's here nor there at this point. Yeah, I just think that they're flat. That's the problem. Once again, you know, for something like this, the block up should just be really easy. You know, you don't, and this is where you're all kind of, you know, you had problems, so you separated it in block up. And because you separated the block up, you lost kind of surface continuity, right? Get your shape, decide what's in front, decide what's in back. And there's probably something there, right? Get everyone in the right steps. And I probably would have, oops, I might have even punched this a little more so you can really get this wing back behind some more. And I probably would have curved these so as we scroll past them, they have a little bit more dynamic response, right? A curved surface is more interesting than a flat one. Even if it's a flat object, you can do cool stuff with the surface, right? See how much more activity there is there? Because this is facing off in that direction. Since from here we're facing down and out, when we're up, your bright side's here and that becomes dark. And so, just think about what's happening to your surfaces and make them interesting. Because you can see that has a lot of play, where the second we get into this, it is completely flat, and this becomes ultra muddy, right? There's just no depth there. That area is just super muddy. Right, like what's higher, what's not, what's in front, what's not, Honestly, I think that these are a little backwards. I think, was this the graphic? No, that's not a Japanese thing. I might have had this one going this way because that's over and it's kind of going with your wings. And then maybe had that up and around because your wing edge is here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's the other issue, is the torso is kind of coming over this wing, but it wouldn't, right? So these swirls are telling, they're fibbing. Well, actually, block up looks fine. I might, see, you kind of, and this is what I mean by edge looping, and I know this is not technically an edge loop, but look at how much geometry you have right here, right? So, and you have almost none here, and this is where you're going to be sculpting most. So just make sure when you start doing this that you get your geometry broken up evenly, right? Because you want this to go. In that, I understand you extruded it or pulled it out because somehow you got this weird point here. This surface makes no sense to me right now. I don't know what you did to get that surface that way. Right? See, this surface right here is a problem. I don't know where you pulled that out from. Was it a bevel? Did you partially bevel something? Yeah, I think that you beveled edges. I think that that's a bevel. That's the only thing, because you have this double line here too. Yeah, see, all your geometry's here on the outside of this wing. Just keep it simple. You didn't need all that crap, Yeah, stop being clever, right? Block up is no time to be clever. Everyone's trying to come up with really clever little ideas. This block up should look like this. Right? Keep it simple. Stop trying to be clever. Don't bevel your edges. Beveling your edges is just like edge looping. You start quadrulating this out. You had this was all just one square. You had all this pushed up around the neck, right? I mean, keep it simple. Sculpt an edge. Knock the edge off with the tool, because you're sitting here and you're trying to fuddle futz with this and that, when all I'm going to do is take this edge and knock it off with a tool. You know, so everybody remember, keep it simple as you possibly can, because every time you think you're being clever and you're gonna bevel that edge, okay, we're not beveling that edge, right? We're beveling that edge. Let's go higher resolution. No, hold on, let's lower this. Trim front. I'm just gonna get rid of this crap. High res, high res. High res, high res. High res, high res. So first of all, you jammed all of your geometry up in there. And like, if you tried to bevel that edge, right? Watch this. Trim dynamic. Get it to a rough size. Boom. Look, I just beveled that edge, right? I mean, stop trying to do stuff in the block up like that. You don't need to bevel that edge. You don't need to be getting clever. Just make a very simple quad mesh and then sculpt it, right? And you're going to wind up with much better forms that don't have all their geometry loaded up on this edge, right? You know, let's go all the way back and let's do a quick geometry count. Hold on. Okay. Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. Nope, wrong direction. You have 68 polygons there, right? Same size thing right here. Oops. God damn it. You have 44 polygons there. So now we divide that by 4 one more time. And look, I mean, a lot of that's off the bottom where you have all the subdivision levels, right? Because you know, let's try that again. Because see, that is actually you jamming all the edges into that loop. That's not even fair. So let's actually just, let's get this little area. And mask that. Hide part. Look, you have 3 polygons there. 3 active polygons in that whole area. Now let's just take this little area. Hide part. And you have 42. 3 to 42. And you did all your sculpting here in the center. So all of that geometry is loaded up on that edge, right? Because as we go up, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, you now have 20,000, almost 30,000 polygons in that area alone. Oops, I moved it, sorry. As opposed to same area, right? I mean, hide part, 3 polygons. Let's go all the way back to the top. And this is still one subdivision lower than the last one, and you only have 3,000. You have 10 times the polygons in that corner than you do right here in the middle of where you're sculpting. So trim dynamic, the only thing I use trim dynamic for is knocking sharp edges off of things. Okay, trim dynamic. You just hit it and you knock an edge off. That is the only thing I use trim dynamic for, is knocking sharp edges off. All right. So you have 10 times the geometry right here than you do right here in that breakup. So this is what happens when you are trying to do crap in the block up. Keep it simple. All right. Do you have any other questions about this? I mean, your setup's nice. I wouldn't have made all those damn feathers and stuff. Just get it on and start sculpting. No, honestly, I can do all of this with clay tubes. Okay, there's nothing that we've done so far that I can't do with just clay tubes. Okay, and SK twist, right? I mean, I could knock that same edge off with clay tubes. It's just trim dynamic is a very aggressive tool on corners. I mean, you need to wrap your head around the blocking up before we really start to stress about tools. Alrighty. So who was next? Oh, I gotta wait for my 24 seconds. Or take 24 seconds to scroll up here to wherever. Okay, David. Boop. Here we go. Nice, clean geo. Once again, I think that we're just a little pinchy in here. Right? Because these are, just remember they're cone shapes, right? So, and that's just whoa. And that's because you were coming from flats, right? So sometimes we just forget about the backside and what it should look like, right? A little bit more bow right there. All right. No, honestly, damn close, damn good. I would like to see just a little bit more dynamics in here. This is a really nice curvy shape. So don't be afraid to move that surface around just a touch to give it just a little bit more character. If that makes any sense. I think they kind of have this like other little belly at the bottom that gives it a little bit more interest. And then see how all of this is sort of at the same level, right? I look at this and it's not going from thick to thin. It's sort of like parallel. Right? I kind of want to see a little bit more dynamic surface there. So, See what I mean? And we can get that a little bit more by filling that in up here too. Accentuating that cup. See what I mean? That just becomes a more interesting surface when we are thin to thick, right? Arrows. But other than that, I mean, looks great. I think that, you know, once again, I think that because we're thinking of flat block ups, most of us have had this a little bit more like a leaf, right? And we're really missing this cup, because this cup is what's creating this surface and allows us to have that really wonderful bellied curve, you know. So, you know, it's kind of doing this, and then this is kind of coming in like that, right? So these are kind of, it's almost like a fabric intersection, right? Where you have this coming in, that's fall off, that's fall off, that's coming up, when we get like a little split right there. Right, because it's supporting this cup structure. Other than that, your forms are good. It's good. You know, I'm not. Your implication is definitely that that's going back behind that. Even with the rough, it's fine. No, looks great. 2 thumbs up, buddy. Buddy. And I think, you know, the same over here. You probably want to just get that roll over maybe. Yeah. So as we're doing that, from this point of view, you get a little bit more activity here. But yeah, awesome, of course. Who's next? What? Really? Is this you? Is this you, David? Oh, Keiko. That's right. Boop. I was like, wow. No, that's not you. Keiko. Aha. Okay. So, once again, and you got it pretty good. I think that if you take... Okay, I'm going to split these real quick. I think, yet again, we're just thinking about things kind of flat, right? So, and I honestly think you can get away with this being flatter. By flattening it, I think you might actually get more depth out of it. Group front. All right, so clay tubes. If you're going to, and you kind of have it there, okay, I guess I pushed that below the surface, didn't I? Yeah. It's not bad. It's just tricky getting, I tilted it up so I ruined some of that. But see how the tip of this one is in front of that one? Make sure, once again, that if things are behind each other, make sure the whole plane of it is behind each other. Otherwise it gets confusing to the eye. Right? And then I think picking an angle, this is where your angle selection might have been an issue, is if do we have, no, we probably have it in, it's okay, fine, I'll just do it here. Oops. Hide part. Delete hidden, close holes. Append hand. Oh, that's not a hand. Let's try that again. Append hand. Frame. What the shit? Oh. Append. So this is where I think your posing angle is the issue in some way, because what we have is, I think you'd probably be better off if you got all, see, because you have the lump for all the knuckles, right? But you're only giving me one of these fingers. And I think that if you, let me, Come on, you. There we go. Oh, you're pissing me off. Flip. I'm like, really? You're making me crazy. If this ridge, like you see the progression of the knuckles, right? You know, you get the one, you get the next, and even that, even two, even if you don't get all of them, I think that you're getting a little bit more dimensional information here, where here, frame, right, it's there, but the problem is that knuckle's right there, right? It's kind of like right here. Right, because this is that wad. Now, you have the second finger there, but let's give us a wee bit more meat here. Make the angle a little different. That's your joint. Oh. And I know these don't line up right, but see, this is actually farther out here. That's what's happening. One. One, two, three. And then you gotta get your knuckles in place. See, I think what's happening is your knuckles are kind of going back this way. And what that does is it hides everything, right? So if you bring your knuckles to where they're exposing, right, where you're giving it this angle, so you're seeing the front of each knuckle, then you're getting a better perspective of what's happening back there. Now, mind you, that means that this is going to have to move up to match that finger, right? But I think it's going to read better. Sorry, I'm being super sloppy, but does that make any sense? I know I mangled that, but here, let's, I'm trying to, because when we're back here, we're just losing we have no depth reference, right? And what happens is this finger looks like it's way too close to us. And I don't think it's coming from the right angle. Right, this angle isn't making sense to me, because what do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and actually this drops back farther. Right, 2, 3. So that one's 1, 2, 3. L1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So at this angle, you'd barely see the pinky. Does that make sense? Because your knuckles are going back, but that's 1 joint, 2 joint, 3 joint, and then the knuckles back here. So your fingers are actually going as if the knuckles are going in this direction, right? Because to get that pinky down there, the joint has to move down here, right? One, 2, 3, knuckle. 1, 2, 3, knuckle. 1, 2, 3, knuckle. 1, 2, 3, knuckle. So this finger is super long and completely out of place. So your fingers are lined up as if the hand is pointing away. Well, actually it's the other direction. It's kind of doing this. Like that. You see what I mean? So your fingers and your knuckles don't line up. Yeah, well, I think that, because this is right, pretty much, right? We have our finger, first finger meet, coming around. Pretty close, right? No big complaints here. But then what happened is you kind of got lost on what direction the hand was facing, right? Because right now you can see that that's facing away from us. And so 1, 2, 3, 4. So your your fingers are just the wrong size. And that's what was making me nuts. Because either you're facing away and your pinky is the farthest away, or your knuckles are facing this direction and your hand's kind of going back, right? Right. So the only problem is your fingers are just in the wrong place. That's what's, because this front image is fine. If you're having, especially with hands and stuff, if you just do, actually, I think in Sakake's brush set, there's a hand armature for Z spheres, if I'm not wrong. Where's the zoo or whatever? Oh, Zizu. There you go. Oh, mannequin. Here's a good hand. Oh, no. Cancel. Whew. In there's a mannequin in projects right there. But Sakake's, I think, has a bar in between these, so you can't crunch the thumb up too close. I think Sakake's hand model is better than this one, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while. I don't really use them, so. But creating an armature where you have everything and then you just rotate the parts, I think it'll help you a great deal. Yeah, go through these tools. All these guys have hands, right? Now it's not. These aren't. You'd have to, break them up a little bit more, but they're all there. But other than that, I think that the idea is good. I think the symmetry is good. I think your layout's good. I think, honestly, you can get more out of a flat object, right? I don't think it needs to be super thick. But I think if you conceive of it in sort of like full thickness where you are getting an idea of where all of it is, and then you just gizmo it flatter, is a good. You do have to come back in, because as you flatten things out, they really do flatten out, right? And it is better if you come back in and just kind of punch some of the dimensionality in that. But at least, you're kind of in the right place, right? But it looks good. I mean, you're definitely getting there. It's just, the finger placement's what's driving me nuts. Because, like I said, the knuckles are going this way and the fingers are kind of going down and back this way. Well, actually, more like down and back that way. But yeah, often, even if you're just, once again, if you're just blocking up, append. Where's my damn star? Really? Let's try that again. Append. Star. Even if you just make a polygon. W. Polycube. Boo. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in here and taper that bad boy a little. Well, right? Yeah. Just think. Ah, for shit's sake. Dun, 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 dun. Give me a minute. You know, it's heading on 6:30. I was supposed to be home for dinner. Not happening. All right, so let's. Oh man. Where's my damn hashtag? Someone uptime. I have a British keyboard and I can't find my damn number. Okay. Okay, so after that, let's see here. We had. That was Keiko. We did Nate, right? Didn't we do Nate? "28 seconds. You're killing me. Okay, I'm just asking, did we do Nate? There we go. Of course. Because I mean everything looks good. I just think that the problem is that your fingers are in the wrong place. All right. Is this Mr. Spencer? Okay. So this is Spencer. Interesting. So the one thing I would say, with as little contact point here, you're probably going to need to turn symmetry on. You're probably going to need to what do we have here? 5, 5. You're probably going to have to support this gallery. Try that one more time. Were you trying to keep symmetry? That's the big question. I lose symmetry all the time. But I'm also not trying to keep it. Okay, hold on. Control N. All right. I'm only going to upload your model because something is getting all wonkadonk in there. What in the shit? we didn't do Nate's. Or is that something else? Because that's the compass. We didn't go over that, did we? Am I completely high on crack? Nate, did we go over this, or is this something extra that we were... I went over your homework. This is something extra, right? I hope. All right. First thing, you're going to need a lot more meat on this at some point, right? That's not enough to really set a stone, especially a stone that big. So let's do this. Let's see our stone. Let's hide this for a second. Right, so you need to have enough there for a seat. And that in turn will bring you closer to your flower. So you can then do something like that. So that's really stable, if not really pretty. Lovely. Just lovely, Tomas. Okay. And now that gives you something solid to attach your little dingly bees on, right? So the stone then becomes the anchor for the rest of the stuff, as opposed to these bees. Because if that wasn't touched, the first time you tap that, everything's going to collapse in. So you need something holding that stone up. The only thing I might consider doing is, let's actually do this. So see how lumpy your wings are? I would try to get these to be, hold on, I'm gonna, because the one thing you want to sell is that, you know, those oh shit, back face masking. Was that me or you? That might, that's me. These have no subdivision levels. Okay. And the only reason I say that is because we're trying to sell the wings as something thin. And then once again, they're functioning off a plane, right? As opposed to, and so nope, that's not it. Mm-mm. So I'm just using a layer tool here real quick. Clay tubes could have worked. It's just this geometry has funky edges and it's just easier to get it down this way. And now we're going to use the same texture. I approve of the texture, it's just too big. Because once again, it is mangling the surface as opposed to texturing the surface, right? And I want you to see if this reads any better. Right? And now let's a little deeper. Too big. Smaller. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. How to do it, how to do it, how to do it. Control W. Make the polygroup. Flip. And now I want to hide the polygroup. Mask. I polygrouped the wrong thing. That's okay. was hoping. Right. There we go. That texture's a little small, but if you see that, like, since these are all made on one plane and the others made on one plane, it reads a little bit more like a wing. Does that make sense? And even if you punch up the yeah, sorry, the geometry is just squirrely. It's not square, so it's giving me grief. Come on. It's on negative. It's hard to tell because I made it lumpy. If these were as thick as those and on the same plane, I think you'd get a better result. Yeah, for the most part, I have a little space in my menu over here. I just keep it right there. Other than that, I think that for the most part, your depth is pretty good. Whoa, that's the wrong button. I think that you might clean some of this up just so those little edges don't become chaotic. See, just like little lumpiness. Try to keep your surfaces pretty clean and even, because when you start getting into lumpy surfaces, your brain's looking for that surface and wants to know why. Right? See how clean that reads as opposed to that? Also, your in round. Give it a round. Nope, but all in all, looks great. So, get your seat right. Right, make that supportive part. And then that way when the bees come on, they're just being welded to that part. Okay, so has everyone had their homework looked at? I believe we have, if I'm not mistaken. We looked at Nate, so that's everyone's homework, correct? What model is it? Did you just upload it? Didn't we look at this? No, I didn't want to do that. I thought we looked at that. Oh, nope, we didn't look at that. Okay, and then... All right. What's going through this? Is it a chain? Excuse me. Actually, the feather scale's fine, but you're getting too pillowy. Okay, right? Like, romp, 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 romp. See, they're all returning back to the same place if we look to the side. Steps. Yeah, you probably want these much thinner. Right? These probably want to be pretty thin because you don't want the chain to bind. And then you'll probably dig this out a little. But that's okay. So now I'm going to do this area, okay? So once again, let's look at this as a plane. And then that's coming under. And that's a plane. Oh, what crap, hold on. I'm gonna turn symmetry off because I want there to be something. I want it to make something for the so you're having 2 rails of flight feathers. So let's okay. So we're just gonna instantly knock that edge down. And actually, I think I just made this right. It's like I think I made my direction wrong, but okay. Now I'm going to do the same thing. Breaking them up, right? Because they don't line up, they step. And same thing. All right. So now you can see, even with nothing on, this reads more like feathers than. So you put the V up the center, right? So, and I haven't done anything yet, right? You know, so give them a little bit of. And usually when I'm doing this, I will kind of stroke at an angle, because that's sort of how the feather works. You know, I'm just getting crap in there. So now we just come out here and we get that edge. And same thing. Except I just did that going in the wrong darn direction. No, I didn't. Never mind. Clay fill. Just come in and get some of that going. Getting rid of that lip. SK twist. Wrong direction. On these down here, I do the clay fill. Subtractive, additive, subtractive, additive, subtractive, additive, subtractive, additive, subtractive. Add sub, add sub, add sub, sub, add sub, 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 add, 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 add. All right, so just with very little work, very little thing, you know, we've got that in. Now, these are just your layers. So now you can come in and add whatever character you want. You know, if you want to be hyperanal and you're going to put, here, let's get slash, big. And you're going to trim. Oh, we need it even bigger than that. Look at that. And you're going to put, whoa. just need it less intense. Right, you plan to put a vein in each feather. And then and so now you come in and you be as psychotic and anal and weird as you want. And, you know, you take a rake really softly, add a sub, and stroke in. Right, you go through and do that. Now, obviously, that's very subtle on something this size, but I think you're getting my point. Do you come in with this and literally just give it a direction? Right, so now you decide what you're going to do with them, but get them in their steps first. And like here, one of the things I tend to do is mask. Oops. Mask. And then you can take either slide or snake hook and you can pop those out, you know. But you need to get those layers right first. And now, see. But you have to think about them in steps because I have very little height here, right? And look, you know, you're going 4 or 5 times as deep as I am. But they're reading pillowy, especially when we get down here. Right, these still look like feathers and these kind of look like salami fingers. Well, to be deadly honest, I would get it blocked up in symmetry and then come back and just move it around where you want to. Because like I said, get to this point with symmetry turned on, and then you can come back in. You can kind of move some of the stuff, make one wide, and then, you know, you can add another feather on one side. You know, you can break up the symmetry after you get it, but just speed-wise, in something like this, it's just so much easier to do it in symmetry. So get the symmetry done, and then futz with it. Your legs are a little bizarro. Your legs are a little funny. But other than that, I think you're good there. Obviously, you weren't done there, you know. And obviously, your legs weren't done. I know. But once again, think of it in planes, get everything set up in planes, and then you can do all your stuff on top of that. You're like, those aren't chicken legs. Those are like soupy stuffed animal legs that have been broken. There you go. Keep it simple. Beautiful block up. Except you have too much geometry in the legs, but I'm not going to cry about it. I'll let you get away with it. Just make little stumps and then you can move them and pose them. Because once again, you have a lot of detail here. And let's face it, that's the size of one square. Hide part. And in your legs, you have 3 million polys in your legs right here. And now let's go up here where there's going to be a lot of detail. And I would say that's that one poly, wouldn't you? Hell, I'll even give you 2 polys. What the hell? That part. Now let's go all the way up. You only have 263,000. You have 263,000 polys in the area where you have 3 different wing areas coming together, and this is a major focal point, right? And you had 3 million right here, and that's why you need a 21 million poly model, because you put all the geometry here in this broken chicken leg groin, and you don't have it where you need it out here. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, I hope that that is a really clear example, right? You know, take our legs. $3.52 million polys. $680,000 polys. Do you see what I'm saying about loading your geometry and why it's really important to keep that geometry simple? Because she had to come all the way up to 21 million polys to get enough geometry over here to be able to sculpt something. It's because all the damn geometry is right here. Yeah, I think the only thing you're going to have to do, you know, because what is this? I would, after the fact, come in and make sure that the inside of these right, that the inside faces actually make a curve like this as opposed to making it a loop, because what's going to happen is you're going to use a thin chain on this because there's very little room there, right? And what you have is hanging off of this, and then it comes up here, and then it kinks right there. And so without a nice smooth curve coming in, you're going to wind up with a weird kink point there. Yeah. Because what is that? That's only... I mean, that's 1.5 mil. You know, you're going to need at least, well, I mean, you're going to need like a 3 mil chain, right? So you're going to have to reevaluate these a little. But you're getting there, and it's good thought. And it keeps, what's nice about this is it keeps the chain below the neckline, but you may want to bring it up. But this is where printing it and going something through, and you're like, oh, well, hell, I don't have enough room. This is another place where you can make, let's, what are you doing? You can take this area and kind of move it up in the world, where you actually have quite a bit of thickness right here. And you can come in and then dig clay tubes. And then dig in and get some of your hole here. Now, if you're making this out of 24 karat gold, that might not be the best answer because, you know, you'd have to thin this back and down some. But you can do just that. And that also helps guide the chain a little so it's not getting crimpy. Right. So that's just futzing with that and figuring out what you want to do. You know, I mean, you can have huge pendants that are beautiful and very thin and filigree and, you know, I think that modern, I mean, I don't think very many people wear like 60, 70 millimeter pendants. At least not metal, you know, because that turns into a lot of weight. You know, honestly, there are no real answers for that. I mean, it comes down to what you make it out of, the wearability. Is there a lot of airspace? Is it a wrapper? You know, there aren't real concrete answers to that. Okie dokie, artichoke. Are we done? Because it's 7. If we haven't done someone, I'll do it. Like if we haven't done your homework, I'll do it. But I really need to go home at some point because Lee cooked dinner tonight. That is my 77-year-old asthmatic smoker housemate that it's Liz's mom. Oh, I'm not going to sleep. I got crap to do, guys. Eating is important though, because right now I'm hitting 12 hours, so I have another 5-6 hours of work. Okay. Are we sure there's no one else's homework? Okay. All right, kind and gentle folk. Another day of critiques down. I hope we learned something. I know we all hear me go, you need to think in layers, don't draw on your detail. But like I said, you're going to hear me say that every single critique because you're all not going to do it. And that's okay, you know, because you also have to think in layers, but that doesn't mean make things flat, right? So think of your base form as a solid. And then when you start adding detail and stuff into it, think of those in layers. And then either you're breaking the continuity of the surface or sculpting on top of it and keeping it. These are all decisions you have to make when you're doing this. But it's very important that you think dimensionally, even in two-dimensional stuff. How can you get surfaces that turn into compound and convex curves that will play with the light? Remember reflectivity, remember your surfaces, you know, all that good stuff. You all right? I assume that if there are any questions, they'll show up on the chat. And I assume that someone was on from YouTube, so I think that we're definitely recording the YouTube. Let me just make sure. I should have made sure of this a long time ago. YouTube. Toad. B-A. Oh, I guess I have to put a .com in there, don't I? Oh, there we go.
Did you ever talk to your gallery guy?
That's old.
Did you ever talk to the
that's
gallery
Pixel
guy?
Logic.
Okay. Oh well, that's
Damn it, Jim.
convenient. It happens. I have to call Form Labs too. Oh, look, I'm live. Hey.
Home. I'm like, why can't I? No. Where am I? Here. My channel. There we go. Good. Gosh. Live now. Okay. Yep. We are recording here. That's good. What happened to Crit Session 2? Oh, here it is. I just named it differently. All right. But they're all here. Yay, team. Wait. Okay, now I'm really confused. For 2020 week 1, for 2020 week 2. Vertex Crit Session 1. Oh. No. Okay. Don't have answers. There's stuff there. You all figure it out. Oh my God. I have no idea. All right. It's being recorded to YouTube. There it is. Holy Hannah. All right, guys and gals. Kind and gentle folk. Be safe. Be good. Think well. Be smart. Be awesome. All those other things. That's what I thought. I don't know why that's split up like that. I have an extra crit in there somehow. I don't know if I started it to test it or something. I don't know. What the hell do I know? I'm obviously a master of social media over here. Okie dokie, artichoke. Let me see if I can figure out how to turn this sucker off, and we are at it.